Pretty crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Welcome to the crossover where John. Jeez.
What? I'm happy to be back.
Welcome to the crossover. Where John Bishop is making fun of the man I'm going to make a middle name for one of the kids that I have, hopefully.
Okay, well.
Yeah, go ahead and reveal it, John. Go ahead and reveal it, John.
I don't. This is not my. It's not my story to tell.
Oh, Groppy calling from the grave.
It's not my story to tell.
Yes, we were talking about Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers being a remarried couple after a divorce.
Right.
And I reveal and Josh asked,
I wonder how often people that get divorced remarry and actually it works.
Yeah, and that happened to my grandparents. My grandfather and grandmother on my dad's side divorced, then got remarried.
Grandpappy and grandmammy.
No,
it's
Groppy and Mimi. Groppy and Mimi.
Mimi,
Groppy sounds like a dysfunctional fish.
He was a dysfunctional guy.
Fish or some
Whoa,
Groppy.
that's your dead grandpa you're talking
I know.
about.
I'm gonna name my kid. His middle name will be Hamilton after him. I loved him, but he was something else.
His middle name was going to be Groppy.
No, Groppy's what we call him instead of Grandpapa or Pop or whatever.
Why don't you call him Groppy? I think that'd be pretty cool.
It was Groppy
McMaster.
No, it was because
we call him McGroppy.
we had a cousin. The first ever grandchild was my cousin Tom, and because he was the first ever grandchild, everybody loved him, and Tommy got everything and all that type of stuff. And so, Tommy couldn't say grandpa, and he just couldn't pronounce it. So
what did he say? Grappy?
Groppy. Groppy.
Because that's Mimi. That my mom did that for. It was my great grandma on my mom's side. Obviously, it was my grandma's mom, and she did that. She couldn't say whatever, and called her Mimi, and so I called her Mimi. She was alive until I was a freshman in high school.
I got mad because my abuela, we called her abuela. Abuela was always abuela. Okay. Then my sister was born.
I don't speak Spanish.
My sister was born in 2007. And so around 2008, I'm 6 years old. I've only ever called this woman abuela. My sister, who was the youngest child, the final child of our family, started calling abuela Yeya.
Like the song. Yeah.
Sure. No, it's more hey-o. But anyway, started calling her Yeya. And then all of a sudden, everyone was calling her Yeya. And I'm like, I'm not calling you that. You're not Yeya. You're abuela. You're not Yeya. What the hell is this? We can't switch up.
We were in Colorado a couple weeks ago for my grandma's 90th. And at some point there was a conversation happening and it was like, and a different part of the family calls her something else.
Yeah, that's crazy.
She's grandma to me, but it was like, and then there's, whatever. I'm like, what word is that? I've never heard that word.
I was like, you're not Meta World Peace. You're Ron Artest. I ain't calling you anything else. That's ridiculous.
I kind of missed out. We didn't have nicknames for grandma and grandpas. It was Grandma Lippincott, Grandpa Lippincott, Grandma Bishop, Grandpa Bishop.
It was just General, Sergeant, Colonel,
Amazing
Eddie's.
Daniel, you ready for this? I have an aunt and an uncle who had kids, divorced, both had kids with other spouses, got back together, had kids, been together for 20 plus years now. That's Sioux City for you.
That is insane.
That's awesome.
Man, I bet that could get a little confusing during the holidays.
Definitely.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Good for them. I'm pretty sure
it works, man.
I told you guys, I'm pretty sure my best friend growing up, his parents got a divorce. I think they started dating again, and then they split up.
Okay.
Tough. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of kids in my friend group, and I don't mean to dox anybody, but
dox away.
Dox. I was friends with a lot of.
You don't want to dox them because they don't want to admit that they're your friends.
It was kind of wild, but it was a lot of my friends were the last kid to leave home. And there was a run of all right, they left for college, right? And they were the last kid to leave the nest. And there was a run of 3 or 4 of them whose parents got divorced while they're in college.
Oh man, so they literally stayed together.
So they stayed together for the kids.
Wow.
The kids left, and then there were multiple friends that I had to console and had to be there for, because it's their parents were
sure.
And it happened once. You're like, all right, they kind of happened. Then it happened again. I was like, okay, like and that happened a third time, and I was like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know, but
that's great. So like my core friend group, there's 8 of us, and 2 of them are siblings, right?
Yeah.
And I think only one set of parents got divorced in the whole group.
Really?
Yeah. And so it's crazy. So that's however many parents. And I think it's like that for the spouses too, for the most part. I don't think many of the spouses parents got divorced.
I actually only have one aunt who ever got divorced.
Really?
Everything else insane, like intact, all
a lot
the
of
same.
uncles and aunts for me have got divorced. Yeah.
Yeah. I've only had,
Give a
but I
special
didn't have
handshake.
them. I had
What up, dog?
two aunts on my dad's side and one aunt and one uncle on my mom's side. And they all except for one of them got married and then since been divorced. But then even like all the cousins now of the Cuban family have all been grown up. Like I have multiple 30, 40-year-old cousins and they're all married and they're all cool.
That's how life goes.
Yeah.
Get older.
Well, it's those Cubans got to Chicago and they had kids quick. They got
Catholic,
to work.
right?
I don't know what they are. I'm gonna be honest.
Asian Joe says, speaking from experience, getting divorced without having kids is the way to go if you go through divorce. I will retweet that one. Absolutely. Retweet, and retweet.
I am still at the point where I remember being a pain in the ass for my parents to the point where I'm just like, if that kid's gonna get half of me, I don't know if I want to deal with that.
Yeah.
Like I did some pretty bad. I like peed in my dad's car in the back seat on the way to like Indianapolis for a hockey tournament. You know, I was 5 years old. Like that was tough.
Wait, what did you? So did you?
I didn't want to
pee
stop.
your pants.
Dad was
or you
yelling.
took it out and peed.
Dad was yelling at mom because mom was stopping, and he was like, Marty, if you're gonna follow me to Indy, following me isn't being 8 miles behind, you know, and whatever.
Why
it's
were you
being
in separate cars?
Good
because
question, John.
Mom was taking Chris and the hockey bags, and Dad was taking me Groppy.
I'm not wearing
And
hockey
every-
pads.
This is the problem with playing hockey is it takes up way too much
Way
car
too much.
And
space.
it's
Yes.
stinky.
And-
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
And
God.
Chris
I
and
bet that car smelled like ass.
Chris and it smelled like rotten peaches. That's what hockey gear smells
gross.
like.
That's
If you want
nasty.
a visual of what it
Listen,
smells
I
like.
have sat behind the benches at a hockey game. I'll never do that again.
Oh, gross.
It was awful.
So we
and
go
then
to
separate my freaking glass. It's like this glass. The smell just kind of pours through the glass.
so we're in, and Dad's yelling, like, isn't happy with Mom that she's like stopping, and I needed to pee, but I was like, he's clearly mad that he's got to stop. I can't.
And so
tell
you
him
didn't
to
want to
stop.
get your dad mad
So
at you?
I just peed in the back of the
In your
car,
pants, or
in my
did you-
pants, yeah.
You monster.
And
That's disgusting.
I sat in it for way too long. And then that same Indy trip, you know, this was back in 2008, and you know my money was still tight, very much tight for them back then. And so my brother Chris was playing in a hockey game, and all of the other kids from my hockey team were there. And I was 5 years old, and I wanted to play on the claw machine. So my parents gave me like $3, right, to go and play on the claw machine. And
$3 for the claw machine.
well, it gets you like 3 plays at the time, you know.
It was
like,
$1.
it was
for
a
that
dollar-
damn
it was like
thing?
$1 a
Oh my
play.
God, that's awful.
So, like I said, money's tight, and we go and I do my $3 and I lose. I don't get one thing. Well, I start telling other kids, like, I'm so close. Like, I'm right there. Like, I can get this plush. Like, they had more money than me, their parents. So they started like, all right, I'll give you money to put in the claw machine. But if you don't get it, like, you got to pay me back, you know? So I was,
Wow.
so I was playing, and they were like, we had kids like giving me money, like gambling on me to like get the claw and give it to like the kids.
Yeah.
So I ended up $25 in the hole, and I had to go up to my parents at like 5 years old.
Oh
It was
my
like,
gosh.
hey, we owe the Shaw Whackers
5 years old, man. The economy
10.
was not in a good place in 08.
we owe the Shaw Whackers 10. We owe the Elliots 5. We owe the Kessams 10. And my mom's like, what is going? You're gambling? You're 5 years old and you're gambling. Yeah, I'd probably.
And this is why you bet the freaking under last week.
So she ended up like giving like $10 to the parents.
See, that's. I mean,
She
that
wanted
seems like a very raw deal.
No
to,
one-
to tell a 5-year-old, I'll give you $1, but you don't get it. You got to pay me back.
Yeah.
I mean, these seem like very opportunistic
Individual. Oh, they were
Tight
all older.
folks.
They were all older than me too. All these kids.
Oh man, that's terrible.
So I got grounded for that.
Understandable.
Because my dad was like, "That's a meal," you know.
We
Like,
got some funny comments coming in. Let's read some of these about Matt. Kyle says Matt McPee pants. I like that one.
That's tough.
Let's dash Adam. Rich boy from Skokie thinks his family can buy a car like it's no problem, so he pees his pants in the car. Sheesh. Aaron and Papillion, imagine the hockey gear in the hotel room with a travel hockey team. That has to be gross.
Yeah,
yeah, you know, some hotels they like charge you if you smoke in them. I think they should have a hockey team policy where it's like you keep that stuff outside, but if our cleaning people come in and it smells like rotten hockey stuff, we're charging you a cleaning fee.
Yeah, that Pontiac vibe did not smell good after pee in the back seat followed up by hockey gear in the truck.
Oh,
that
man.
was
How long until your dad figured out what happened?
Oh, we got out of the car and he was like, "What in the hell?" He was like, "What is wrong with you? What is going on?" He's like, "Why didn't you?" He was like, "Dude, why didn't you tell me?" You know, like he was more like concerned.
Yeah.
There was a whole other bunch of crap.
Yeah, you
that I
probably
did
made him
growing
feel
up.
really bad.
Oh,
You're like,
oh,
you were
yeah.
in a bad mood, so I didn't want to tell you. He's like, "Geez, am I that big of a
Yeah.
jerk?"
Yeah, I got grounded for 2 months after that.
After the pee
2
thing?
months.
After the gambling thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the pee thing is an overreaction.
I wasn't allowed to play a video game until I played the
That's
Transformers video game. About 5 months later, when the new Transformers came out, where all like the Transformers died, they had a big one at the arcade at the movie theater. I was like, "Dad, can I play? Like, am I ungrounded?" And he was actually pretty strict with it. He was like, "You're good now. You're fine." So there was a lot of groundings.
By the way, how about this
happened.
one? How about this text from John? Wait a minute here. Somebody in Matt's family couldn't pronounce something correctly. Shocking.
Who couldn't pronounce? Oh,
You told-
Groppy.
yeah.
Yeah. Get out of here.
Ugh.
I think you should name your kid Groppy.
I'm naming his first name was Hamilton.
Yeah, but I think it should be Groppy.
No, I'm telling you right now, there's a whole lot. There's actually, by the way, that story is what I'm willing to reveal about how I was as a child. There are other stories I am not willing to reveal, to the point where it's like, I still remember all this stuff and I don't want to have kids because of it. I'm telling you, my kid's going to, if he's got me running through him, he's going to be a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
He is, or she is, even worse. She is.
I don't think you should be a father.
I don't think I should be a father either.
Now, you'd have to get a relationship first.
Not necessarily.
That's true. You
That
know
is-
what? No lies detected there.
You don't have to be married.
That's true. People forget.
Oh, so you're the one that's going to harvest AOC's eggs.
What? I'm going to do
Did you
what?
hear about this?
What are you talking about?
You haven't heard about this?
I don't hang out in the weird corner of the internet that
It's
you
not
do, John.
weird. She's getting her eggs frozen.
Oh, okay. That's normal.
That's what I'm saying.
Why
That
do
way
you
he
know?
doesn't need a
Why
relationship.
are you and caught up with the menstrual cycles of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez?
I am not. I am not.
What you just told us, her eggs are frozen.
No
you
lie
know
detected.
why do you know the inner workings of that woman's body?
Because she publicized it?
I wouldn't read it. I don't have any.
That's
I have
Twitter
no
is
interest.
only football right now.
Dude, literally, I will
Now
go.
that's sick behavior.
No, it's not.
Look
Yes,
at
it
this.
August.
This is my For You
So?
page. Or here, if I go to file For You.
Your internet's terrible right now.
Well, I'm not.
It's wild. You know, while that loads,
It's wild.
they told us before we moved in here, they said, the internet in the new studio is really bad. And I said, how
God.
bad could it be? And they are not wrong. I hardwire it. Otherwise, the Wi-Fi in here is terrible.
Which is funny because this TV's on the
It is. But man, on the desk,
Wi-Fi and it works great.
Look, football.
football,
Emmett Johnson
and
highlight.
Amazon pants.
Michael Severe,
Yeah.
followed up by a Bill Simmons podcast,
Nice.
followed up by more training camp video of Alex Orgy,
Let's go.
followed up by Mike North tweeting about Ben Johnson,
Oh, your
followed
guy.
up by
This feels very Roger Goodell virtue signaling right now.
followed by Scott Hughes. Look,
look, I've got you in my timeline.
Look, Bud Elliott has his Big Ten quarterback rankings.
Oh, not Bud Elliott.
Followed up by Pete Nakos' report on Thomas Castellanos has filed his lawsuit in South Carolina so he could get another year of
Okay,
eligibility.
That sounds like trash.
So
that's not who
followed
I
up by
wanna do.
Noah Sacco, who reveals that Nebraska's #1 in the AVCA preseason poll.
That's
I
not football.
Yes, and,
so
and
one non-football.
well,
so far.
then it's I've been watching Spider-Man on YouTube, so there's another Spider-Man clip here of Tobey Maguire.
Wait, say this: you've been watching Spider-Man on YouTube?
I've been
like clips.
There's no like people post about Spider-Man and have Spider-Man theories, and so I like dive into like that stuff.
Nice. What up, Jake?
Followed up
First time
by
he said anything today.
followed up by
Nice.
more training camp highlights, and then now Drake. There you go.
Wow.
So
It's a lot of football. Did you see 7 million people watch the Hall of Fame game, which is more than any hockey game last year?
You're not supposed to be Mr. TV rating.
I'm not, but it was showed up on my timeline, John. Somebody quoted it, and I saw it, and I was like, well.
And you criticized my For You tab.
Yeah, well, it was on my regular timeline.
yeah, I think listen, your For You tab has Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez's eggs in it. Okay, his has football. And
I don't
TV
even know
ratings.
what's in my For You tab. I never go over there.
I've
I
always
have no
been in the
idea.
For You.
I don't see.
I'm always in the
there.
FY.
There's
All right,
usually good stuff in there.
Let's see.
Yeah, like AOC's eggs.
So
I'm
Josh
just
Hodson,
trying to hook you up, man.
Josh Hodson.
That baby would be a riot.
Josh Hodson is the first person in my For You
Or
tab.
there'd be a riot when the baby was born.
He got a ring. Let's see. Volleyball State, a Creighton fan that I follow. A really funny joke about Mitch McConnell that I'm not going to read on the air. Volleyball rankings again, and then a bunch of NFL stuff. Oh, and then a chance-coded joke.
Why is that Super Mario?
War
in
on
the
Terror edition.
Why is Super Mario in Afghanistan?
I guess the For You tab does know what's going on.
Mustache Adam goes, John's FYP strikes again.
Oh, there was a text that we got that said, damn, we lost John to COVID internet. That was from Jeff. COVID internet, not a place that I ever want to return. Remember 2020?
Asian Joe goes, get mad a vasectomy ad read.
I tried when I had mine done. I'd love to talk about it.
Hey, Josh Peterson for getting your tubes tied.
Yeah, for sure.
You
I
ever
re-
want
I
to go
re-
snap, snip, snap, snip,
I
snap?
recommend it. Plus, you get a day off.
And they specialize in microsurgery.
No, they don't, John. They said, whoa. Never seen it this big before.
Is that what they said?
Yeah, they were impressed. No, I told the story, right? If I told the story before.
You should get a write-up,
Yeah.
like put that on your resume.
Did I?
From Dr. Ellis, we've never had more in the way when it comes to doing a vasectomy.
No, so here's what happened, because I think I told this story to Happer, that and John on the crossover afterwards. The guy who did the surgery just started talking about how he went to the Super Bowl. He's like, yeah, I took my kid to the Super Bowl. And he's just bragging about going to the Super Bowl. And I'm like, man, Doc, like this is setting me back, and you went to the Super Bowl.
How about
the people like me?
How about this? Like, what if like you're about to go under and he's about to do the surgery, and all of a sudden your eyes
You
are
don't go under
closed,
for those.
your eyes are
It's
closing,
numb.
and you're under anesthesia. Your eyes are closing. And all of a sudden, the doctor whispers into your ear, "It wasn't your story to tell."
That would be awesome.
That
be pretty cool.
I would be panicked. I'd be, what do you mean? What do you
I
mean?
don't know.
What?
You wouldn't wake up.
No.
I remember I've only gone under one time. That was when I got my wisdom teeth taken out. And when they start the process, I'm like, I'm going to fight this. I'm going to make it. And then obviously I didn't. I woke up and then my teeth were gone. My mouth hurt.
What? If they
I've
were
never
trying to put you under, why
I
would
just
you
want to
try
see
to
how
fight
long
it?
I can stay up. You've never done. You never wanted to do that. Like, I
No.
want to fight this.
No, because the reason they were putting me under is so I didn't feel the pain.
So I got shoulder surgery, which I went under for. And they had a nerve block in my shoulder. So my hand, right, was like right here on my stomach.
Yeah.
Okay. And all of a sudden he goes, yeah, so the nerve block is in. I go, oh, are you sure? I was like, I still feel my hand.
Are
And all
you
of a-
sure?
And I look to the left, and all of a sudden the doctor is like whipping my arm around, right? But my arm feels like it's on my stomach. But he's like, no, it's working. Like, look at
Oh
this.
my
Isn't it
God.
And
wild?
dude, I will never get it out of my head of like my arm just like plopped over, just like no, the nerve
It's
block's
not,
in.
It's not
Isn't
a
it
great
weird
feeling.
how I can't touch my toes. I cannot bend over and touch my toes. But if they put you under, they can do whatever they want. They can fold your body like it's
Dude,
a
it's
wallet.
insane.
I don't understand how that's possible.
He was just like,
It's the human body. Can we actually do more than we? It's all about the mind.
you know what?
a lot of it,
I've
yeah.
been working on touching my toes recently because I wasn't able to do it for a decade, and I'm getting really close.
I've never been able to touch my toes.
Watch.
Yeah.
Oh God!
By
dude.
the way, it's 100 degrees
Okay.
and Matt has a long sleeve on. That is gross. Oh, well, you can go further than I can. Oh,
By the
you
way, the
got 'em.
people on Dodge Street are getting the worst view right now.
It's laundry day, so it's like it'd be very inappropriate to show you what shirt I have on right now.
Why? It's a green shirt. It looks like a college of some kind. Okay, now you're stripping on the air.
Matt, nice belly.
Be more entertaining than whatever you're going to talk about today.
That's not true. It's my show as well.
Look at this thing.
We got lots of stuff coming up. We got your team Maryland in 25 teams today.
Why is it my team Maryland?
Because I heard somebody say that in the show.
Look how crummy this high school shirt is. It'd be so inappropriate.
Why are you wearing a crummy high school shirt?
It's laundry day.
How do you not have enough clothes?
You have more clothes.
I forgot to put them in the dryer last night. So
no! So it's been sitting there for like 24 hours. You're gonna have to rerun it now. You know that, right?
I reran it before I left today for work.
That's okay. That's not that long.
That's not that long.
Okay, that's fine.
As soon as
But then it's going to be sitting there for 4 or 5 hours.
it's fine. I'll be okay.
Yeah.
So you're going to get double the musk.
Double the must.
That sounds like an ad. Like,
Yeah.
Double the musk.
That sounds like Elon's clone.
It could be.
Could be potentially. Now look, Mick Belly, because you wanted me to show off my tight shirt.
You could have just
1620
told me.
the tummy writes Dave.
You could have just told me. You didn't have to do that.
I wasn't allowed to say tummy in the morning show. That was a banned word, apparently.
Why?
I don't know. I think just Gary hated the word tummy. And
Tummy.
he was like, you can't say tummy. I'm like, okay.
Interesting.
Might have been a Damon and Gary bit. I
Yeah.
have no idea.
Shout out to Damon.
Yes,
Good job
shout
this
out.
weekend.
Yeah, I did shout him out on the show today.
I heard.
Now, I'm still trying to get to the bottom of what all this job will entail.
Yeah. Did you ask him? You could ask him.
You can just text him.
Oh, I did, but I didn't really text him specifically about that.
You said probably congratulations.
Well, yes.
Yeah, that's what I said to him.
But there's like a lot of life skills involved, right?
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
Could we just put in a request?
Sure. He might be listening right now.
He probably is.
Damon will be great with a lot of the stuff at his job, but if the life skills part has anything to do with driving, could you just pass that off onto somebody else?
Is he a fast driver? I've never been.
He's not. See, here's the thing.
Can't see.
He's not a
What?
He's not a
Can't.
Georgia reckless driver. He's just a I can't see reckless driver.
Yeah.
So does he go too slow then?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I've never ridden in a car with him.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I texted him congrats, and his nickname for me is McDingaling. You know, that's what he'll call
Sure.
me.
At least it's not McFarter
Well,
For
he's
now.
he's
or,
now
or McGroppy.
he's now given McDingaling a government name. He has given a government name to my nickname.
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean?
So now he
Government
calls me. So McDingaling, he is now turned into McDaniel Lang is what he calls me.
McDaniel Lang.
McDaniel Lang is what he refers to me as,
Okay.
because that's the formal version of McDingaling. At least that's what I've put together.
Okay.
And I will say the award for most creative nickname of all time officially goes to Damon Benning until said otherwise.
Mm.
You guys are terrible at the nicknames. You're terrible.
What?
McFarter,
That wasn't
McFlatulence,
ours.
McTummy.
McFlatulence,
that wasn't
McTummy.
I just called you McFarter. I
Someone-
don't even think I did. I just
Yeah,
said that you
Someone
fart.
referred to me as McStates Rights last week, and I was like, that's
That was
terrible.
funny.
What's the opinion that you had? That,
Hey, of course you would find it funny.
what
It
was the
was
opinion
funny.
that you had that resulted in you getting called states?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't remember.
By the
but-
way, we just got a text from Jake, and he says, where is it at? No context 1620, and it's a picture of Matt's tummy. And so we have put that out on
No,
the-
it's not.
Yeah, look.
You did not see my stomach.
Look.
Dear God.
You can see it all right.
You'll never forget to put your clothes in the dryer again, will you?
Looks pretty good, by the way. I've lost a little,
Lost some LBs.
lost some LBs. It's nice and
Nice.
solid,
Mm.
So it's hanging just a little bit.
That's good.
Some women like that though. They like the dad bod.
Dad bod is what they call it.
The
Yeah, I've
dad
seen
bod's
this.
in. I'm
Just
like,
shout at Matt McLove handles.
all right, all right.
You're lucky. You know
All
what?
right.
You know who
Let's
you're
calm down.
lucky, Matt, that you do not work here when Houston Alexander does. Do you know who Houston Alexander is?
yes,
Okay.
the third strongest handshake I've ever.
So
had in
he
my
used to
life.
come up to me and he would grab not my love handles, my stomach, and
Oh
he'd
my God.
squeeze it.
And he's got a strong grip.
Yes, he does.
So
Yeah.
like, lose some weight, and I wouldn't do this to you. So then I lost a little bit of weight.
That's crazy.
So yeah, he also on one of my first days as an intern, he punched me in the stomach, and I couldn't breathe for
That's
like 30
crazy.
seconds. Yeah,
He
it was a
shook
different time.
he shook my hand and like something cracked like in my hand. I was
Yeah.
like, this is crazy.
That
So
sounds
what
about
is that
right.
on the Kugler scale?
No comment.
no
No comment. Not as strong though as shaking Lance Briggs's hand.
That's number one.
That is
so
number
Houston's
one.
top three. Who's the other one in the top three?
I think his handshake is pretty damn good, but I would not put it above Houston
No,
Alexander.
No.
I honestly think I'm trying to. I
Yeah.
just said top three to beat Bill Simmons. It'd probably be off the top of my head. It'd probably be second.
Okay.
It's the two handshakes I distinctly remember are his and Lance Briggs. Like Houston's was strong.
Yeah. Oh,
strong.
Yeah, for sure.
Like a strong. Lance Briggs wasn't as strong as Houston. It was just he literally
engulfed your hand.
Engulfed my hand entirely.
Sure.
Like completely went around.
He's a large man.
Like he's a borderline, he's a Hall of Pretty Good linebacker who played 11 years, in the NFL for the Bears.
When you hit that many years, you get a check forever from the NFL.
Well, he had a job forever at ESPN until he didn't. So.
Sadly, there's a lot of other things you get that's forever too.
That's true.
That many years in the
spots on
NFL.
your brain, for example.
Yeah,
among other things.
Yeah, that was an emasculating moment for me. Was shaking that man's hand.
Yeah.
I was like, it was like a bear claw. It was crazy. Or Houston's was just like, God, like, all right, please let go. It was like this.
Houston likes to revel in inducing physical pain.
100%.
Yes,
and that's kind of his career.
100%.
Now people are sending pictures of stomachs to me.
Nice. That's awesome. All right, man. We have a guest coming up soon, so we should probably say goodbye.
That's right, we do.
Yep.
Who do you have on the show today?
The Maryland guy, the aforementioned.
Yeah, we're going to talk Maryland football. Your Maryland Terps.
Yeah, ask him about Ely, the defensive. Just ask about the D line. Hey, how talented do you think the D line is?
About Ely.
All right, perfect. There you go. We got you covered.
Okay, guys.
Bye, Matt. Good to see you.
Okay.
Have fun. Can't wait to hear what non-football topic will be discussed for the first time in 8 hours on the station today. I don't think they talked about anything other than football in the morning.
No, they did.
Have no fear.
No,
what did they talk about?
The Connor gave a shout out to the guy who won the golf tournament.
Oh, yes, I should have done that. Professional radio guy would have done that.
Why? Is he from here or something?
No, he just won in a local event.
What?
The Pinnacle
He
Bank.
won the Pinnacle Bank
Sorry, they're
Championship.
talking about the PGA event.
Oh,
I'm
no,
like,
no.
Okay, cool. Good
No
for
one
that
was
person.
watching that.
Same.
Matt McMidriff. All right, let's get to.
Bye, Matt. Good to see
We
you.
shall return on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Damn. These teams got good ERAs. This is going to be a good pitching effort today.
Don't you stop it. We are not talking about this nonsense on the show today.
Oh, it's Louisiana versus Texas West.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
The thing you do notice, though, with the more of these College World Series, Little League World Series games,
Yeah?
is how much bigger 12-year-olds are today than they used to be.
Are they?
Oh my God. They tend to show like the heights and weights.
Uh-huh. Well, maybe
I think
it's
we
a
got
bunch
lot
of Danny Almonte's
going on
guys.
out here. I mean,
Jake, do you know who Danny Almonte is?
I do not.
Oh, man. So this would have
was-
been the 2001 Little League World Series.
wow.
Lot of stuff.
All of Josh's baseball knowledge goes to 2001.
It really does. And so there was this kid on a team from the Bronx, I think.
I think so, yeah.
He was certainly from somewhere in New York City, and he was incredible. They used to do all these stats where it was like, if this was a real pitching mound, he could throw 90-something miles per hour.
Mhm.
He was dominating. Well, we found out why he was dominating, Jake, and it's because he was not
He was
of the
old
age.
AF.
Yeah, he was
boy.
like 2 or 3 years older than he was purported to have
Yeah.
been.
Did
Yeah.
the I am 12 with the $20? Give that to the ump.
What was that?
He said the classic, I am 12 with
Yeah.
the $20
Yeah.
on the.
He was awesome. Okay, so he threw 79 miles per hour. So I don't know. Okay, yeah, here it is. The equivalent for that distance would have been a 102 mile per hour major league fastball. He was 5 feet, 8 inches tall. He threw a no-hitter in the regional finals. He threw a no-hitter in the Little League World Series, the first since 1979. And so I was of the age, John, at the time where these are my contemporaries. So I sadly, like an idiot, watched the Little League World Series.
Good for you
I w-
supporting the kids.
He was awesome. And then we found out, oopsies, he's
a
actually,
cheater.
let's see.
He's
So
a cheater.
they said he was born in 89. He was actually born in 1987. So he was older than me, in fact.
What's the point to cheat in the Little League World Series?
Well,
that's
I
just
mean, what's
insane.
the point in cheating in a lot of sports?
Yeah.
It's to
Well, yeah.
win.
But at least in like professional or college sports, like it mattered. Like I guess it matters if you're a 12-year-old and you win something good. You're right. Yeah. What's the point of cheating?
I mean,
It's a good call.
it's got to start somewhere, right?
It does. That's true.
I guarantee you, once upon a time, 12-year-old sniveling Tom Brady probably had some
I mean, just
footballs underinflated.
he was deflating footballs as a 12-year-old.
Probably.
Yeah. Wild. What a wild time. Honestly, like
if his parents would have grounded him, then maybe he wouldn't have cheated.
see, and that's
later
the thing.
in
Like
life.
he was the one who was caught in the crossfire. He was lying about his age. His parents are the ones who did the worst
Well,
thing.
that
you
and
know?
the coaches.
and yeah. Anybody who actually knew his age, like that's way worse.
Sadly, the cheating in the sports transcends age and gender. Right? It happens everywhere,
It absolutely does.
and it never
And
ends.
it will continue. So
Yep.
we'll be watching this Louisiana West Texas game or Texas West game.
Cool.
Cool.
Texas
Southwest
West up
region.
4-0, man.
Man,
4-0.
it's a hard score to come back from.
It is, especially in a Little League World Series.
Definitely.
Grub down.
Let's do it.
Phase 3 is done, and the positivity grows.
Unreal.
25 teams today. Features Maryland. This will be the first home Big Ten game, Big Ten opponent. Jeff Ehrman, who covers the Fightin' Toidles for 24/7 Sports, will join us.
I believe this is the first time Maryland is coming to Lincoln since 2016.
Ye forget 2 years ago?
Wait, Maryland was here 2 years ago?
Or was it
Yeah.
3 years ago?
It was 3 years ago. It was Matt Rule's first year, wasn't
Yes.
it?
You don't
The battle of the five-win teams.
The Chubba Purdy. Why
Oh
are
my
we
gosh,
throwing the ball
how could
on
I
3rd and
forget?
goal and we have the go-ahead field
When I
goal in
did the
pocket?
post-game show from Coyle.
This was the game
That
that
was
I
terrible.
famously did not spoil myself on because there was a Creighton game that afternoon.
Wow.
And I was driving the whole way home watching the teams of traffic coming back
Wondering,
from Lincoln.
how are you feeling
wondering,
right now?
Trying to squint and go, I wonder if that's a sad 75 miles an hour or a angry or a happy 75
I
miles an
love the
hour.
idea of trying to figure out from a car if they're happy, like they would still be cheering, like, yeah, what a great game.
Yeah.
But like maybe they're saying, God, I'm so
Yeah.
mad about that game today.
Though I really wasn't trying to spoil myself because I really wanted to see the game unspoiled, which I did. I successfully got through it.
Dave Fight says Maryland was Jeff Sims' home debut. That's insane because he got hurt.
Yeah,
And then he didn't want to play. And then,
Yes.
wow, he was horrible.
He came in and he fumbled the ball right away.
He was awful.
I think I remember he like handed it off to like an invisible person as well.
Yep.
Yes.
I think all 3 quarterbacks turned the ball over in that
It was
game.
bad.
By the way, Theo says the poll is suspicious. The poll is suspicious.
The only thing suspicious is the author of the message.
Oh.
Rules weekend thoughts. He had a few.
Mm-hmm.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Ooh, hopefully has some thoughts.
I imagine he will.
Believers and underachievers. Talking about win totals.
Nice.
Mitch Holtis in a Chiefs training camp report.
Who are we talking about today?
He said this was the week. This week was dedicated to the guys that have to make a move, or something like that. And I'm trying to remember.
Who's it about
It's
today?
Karlaftis. That's
Oh,
what we're talking about today.
What is he already in his 4th year in the
That'd be
NFL?
about right.
Wow, that's crazy.
That'd be about right.
Awesome.
100 days to the NFL. Just how big a favorite are the Rams? They're everyone's favorite. They're my favorite, your favorite. everyone's
Definitely
favorite.
not. I'm not picking them to win the Super Bowl.
No, favorite, like team.
No, definitely not.
America's new team.
No, definitely not. I'm excited for this because we actually stumbled upon this conversation last week.
Yes, we did.
So look forward to actually
I'm glad
looking
we
at
actually had some answers.
some data.
Michael Severe Monday.
Ooh.
And the Bills won't be worth watching for some. That and more today here on the program. 402-951-1620 Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline, which serves also as a textual line. You can text the show at that same number, 402-951-1620. Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
Nice.
Where previously you could vote in the Phase 3 poll.
Yep.
Now there
The
are no
suspicious
active
poll.
polls. There are no active polls right now.
Well, it's time to change that, John.
And there's also an email inbox brought to you by Equitable Bank. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring.
Jeff says you'll have to ask Mitch.
Oh, look at this attitude.
What happened?
The little Texas pitcher just struck out the dude.
Oh, man, I struck you out.
He did a Fedoni.
Oh, he shushed him?
Well,
Oh, man.
he was shushing on the way back to the
What
dugout.
have the fans been saying about him on their radio shows?
I'm guessing the Josh Peterson of Bourne, Texas. Probably said something like, man, that little Jimmy Yarborough kid, he ain't gonna be nothing. He ain't gonna get to the Little League World Series. He ain't gonna get a JUCO scholarship. He's gonna suck. You just struck out a kid and you just shushed the Josh Peterson of Bourne, Texas.
Jeff writes, you'll have to ask Mitch about EJ getting absolutely blown up by an ex-Iowa guy in a Thud Chiefs practice. I was going to ask you if you've seen this and heard about this. Will we have that in content?
We have.
Awesome.
I mean, I don't have it loaded yet. But
Okay, we'll do that later
it's in
on
the
in the
system.
show.
I was going to
He
save
got
it for
some smoked.
I was going to save it for the Mitch segment.
Screw that Iowa guy, that monster.
Yes, I did mention the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Joey is here.
No.
Joey.
Come on. Come on.
My feelings are
They
hurt.
both start like
Jake
Jake.
Erasure.
Jake is still here
Wow.
for another day before Nick comes back. I don't know why. I'm always used to when we have a fill-in to say
It's
Joey.
Joey.
Right.
Yeah.
What did
Even
we
though
used
Jake's
to
been
do?
here for
What was the bit that we did for
forever.
a while where every fill-in was
Fill-in Stibbs.
yeah, fill-in Stibbs, no matter what?
Yeah, it's
that's
fill-in
what
Stibbs.
Every fill-in is now Joey to you.
Well, no, I don't know what got into me.
By the
It's
way,
okay.
speaking of old man Doug,
I'm old and feeble-minded.
have you seen this, John? Have you heard about this? The Zone, and by the Zone I mean me. We'll be at Equitable Bank in Elkhorn on Friday to celebrate this location's 5-year anniversary. That's going to be pretty cool.
It's only appropriate that Doug's favorite zone host is going to be there.
I could not
representing the
agree
zone.
more. I'll be there. They're doing a dunk take. Have you seen this? You can dunk a Doug from 1 to 3. I'll be
Yeah,
there from
put you in
11
there.
to, no, I'll be there from 11 to 1. I can't get wet. I have to come and do the show with Stips.
Why can't you can get wet? You have plenty of time to dry off. Take a towel. Take a hair dryer.
I don't think I'll do those things, but we'd love to see people. Plus food truck, 11:30 to 1:30. Putt from 10A to 4P. Bounce house.
What, he built a putt course?
I don't know if he built it. They probably bought it. It'll be great, though.
I'm sure it will be.
I can't wait to be there.
Well, as we mentioned, the off season of bad vibes, baby.
What? Are done.
They're done. This was what it looked like phase 1 after the end of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Less than 50% positivity, lowest ever.
Wow. The negative boys.
This was phase 2, the end of spring football. It ticked up a little, at least got over 50%.
But still pretty negative.
But this, ladies and gentlemen, phase 3 and the off season of bad vibes, cancel culture.
It's been canceled.
Has come for the off season of bad vibes because we saw record increases. And it's up even more than it was when we last updated this early last week.
Wow.
61.9%.
Nice.
Voted
Kind of.
6 and 6 or 7 and 5. That's up almost 14% from the spring. And the 8 and 4 or better crowd, 16%. That was up nearly 9 points from the spring. These are record numbers.
Wait, real quick, go back. I like how it looks like it either says off season of cancel culture vibes or off season of vibes. I like that. I think that looks good at the top of the screen.
Well, it's just Xing out the bad.
I know what's
Cancel
going
culture
on.
has come for bad.
Yeah.
So, 22%, almost 23% increase, crushing the previous poll-to-poll record.
Wow. That's
We've never had an increase like this.
Never seen so much positivity.
And then even when you look at the 8 and 4 crowd, look how much it increased. 7% in the spring and 16% now. But notice this, and that's why I have it outlined in red. The last 2 years, the jump in 8 win or better, the ultimate positivity,
Mm-hmm.
the 2 biggest jumps have happened in the last 2 summers. Last year, it went from 54.8 to 63.9.
Mm-hmm.
And this year, it went up from 7.1 to 16.
What is it about the summer that people just get so happy?
I don't know.
Is it the good weather? Is it the humidity?
Which
is
is
it melting
interesting
their brain?
Because last year at this time, all they did was get filled with Matt Rule talk. Now they got filled with no Matt Rule talk, and it's still... Now, granted, I mean, obviously there's a huge difference between 64% of our audience saying they're going to win 8 games down to 16, but in terms of just the increase, something about the summer. People like those summer vibes, apparently.
Incredible.
So there you go. Those are the final results. You want to check them out, you can on the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. I posted them earlier today. I'll retweet from the Liquid Trucking account.
3 weeks from yesterday is when we will start the final phase.
Yes, final phase, week of the first game. So
it'll be
end
Sunday,
of August, first week of September.
Sunday the 30th is when that will begin, and it will go all the way up until 11 a.m., which is when kickoff will be that Saturday.
All right. Coming up next, it is time to preview Maryland. The Terps. This sneakily could be...
Oh, it's a huge game.
Yeah.
Fork in the road game, I think, for this
Very
season.
much so. We're going to talk with Jeff Ehrman of 24/7 Sports next on 1620 The Zone.
countdown is on.
Washington with plenty of time. Great shot. Got his man nuts. He'll walk it in. Touchdown, Maryland.
Lets one go. Got a man that's nuts. Touchdown, Maryland.
Looking, rolling to his right, heavily pursued, going across his body, intercepted. Headed the other way. Lakai rolled it. Real estate in front of him. From one end zone to the other. Touchdown, Terps.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grums.
And for that, we go to 24/7 Sports, Inside MD Sports. Jeff Ehrman joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Jeff, how's your summer been? Glad you can spare a little time for us.
Oh, it's going well. I appreciate you guys having me.
Well, let's start big picture. Is this a make or break year for Mike Locksley?
Yes. I mean, there's really no illusion about that on anyone's part. And he knows it. Everyone who follows the program knows that this is kind of the make or break year, coming off back-to-back 4-8 records, 1-8 in the Big Ten each season. So, this is one of the biggest years for the program and the coach in a while.
Jeff, another big picture one before we start diving into some of the individual players. The September versus final 2 months of the season stuff, it's talked about a lot nationally. A lot of people throw jokes around. Like, is it something that they are talking about internally when they're away from the media? Is it something that they're trying to dive under the hood to fix? Or do we make too much of it because the difference between September and October and November is non-conference versus not a whole lot of good teams and then a Big Ten conference schedule?
Yeah, I think exactly what you just said. Looking at this year's schedule, you have Hampton and UConn to start the season. So, of course, 99% of the time, if you're a Big Ten team, you're going to look good against those kind of teams. But also, they have had some, like last year, obviously, they had that the 4-0 start and then the losing slide where they blew games they should have won in the fourth quarter. Nebraska, obviously, being one of those. So there is definitely, a mindset of understanding that they have to finish this year. You cannot afford to not finish games and keep your job, basically.
Jeff Ehrman joining us as we preview Maryland in 25 teams in 25 grums. New offensive coordinator Clint Trickett. What can he bring, or what is it hoped that he brings that can unlock more out of Malik Washington?
Well, the biggest hope is that he's able to revive a running attack that was really poor last year. Maryland ran the ball the fewest times of any team in the country because it just wasn't working. So you had a true freshman quarterback, Malik Washington, who's throwing the ball 50 times a game sometimes, and that's not a recipe for winning in the Big Ten, obviously. So that would be the biggest thing. I think, under Pep Hamilton, the run game was kind of an old school 90s smash mouth approach, and they're looking for Clint Trickett to transform it into more of a spread dynamic approach, more motion and reads and things like that, getting guys in space. So that's the biggest thing, because obviously he can throw the ball, but you got to have a running game in the Big Ten.
Jeff, how much better do you think he can be? His efficiency, sub 60% completion percentage last year. We, of course, saw him in the game against Nebraska. There's definitely a lot to like about him and what he offers. And I'm trying to figure out right now if the mistakes last year was because he was a freshman or because of the type of quarterback he is. I wonder what you think that answer will be in his sophomore year.
Well, if you listen to all the scouts, then you would probably come to the conclusion it was because he was a freshman. Everybody's been raving about him this offseason. Todd McShay said he had the best arm at the Manning Passing Academy of all the college stars there, and Maryland feels like he's ready to become a star. So you are right, though, but lost in all of the hype about him going into this year is the fact that he was far from no freshman is going to be perfect, but he was far from a finished product last year, missed his share of throws, but also, had more, they dropped more passes than any team in the country. So it's kind of a complicated equation.
Talking with Jeff Ehrman, who covers Maryland for Inside MD Sports, 247 sports.com. Jeff, you mentioned the drop passes. Obviously, that was an issue last year. They went out, Maryland did, got some guys out of the portal at wide receiver. How does that group look? How much of a step up could that side of the ball be in helping their quarterback?
Yeah, in name value, it's not a step up. They had several guys last year coming into the season who had some hype behind their names. Really didn't pan out. The receivers did not have a good season collectively. So the hope there is that these guys, these transfers you mentioned, Chris Durr from Wyoming, and then a kid named Naeem Abdul, Raheem Gladding from Old Dominion, both were, really solid in their previous spots, but they both have to prove, obviously, they can get it done in the Big Ten. But then they feel really good about the tight end spot, so that, could counterbalance some of the questions about receiver.
Jeff, other side of the ball, 13 of 19 guys on defense with more than 200 snaps or more are back. It was a defense that improved year over year in year one of a DC from 24 to 25. Like, is there a bullishness, a confidence inside the program that they can take another step forward this year?
Definitely, yeah. They feel like this defense could be one of the best they've had in quite a while. When you look at the personnel, it's hard to argue. There's a ton of talent there. A lot of guys who looked pretty promising last year as true freshmen. And then you have a linebacker in Daniel Wingate, who's one of the best in the Big Ten. Obviously there are some weak spots there, but, the depth on the defensive line is far better than it's been. And on the edge, you have two guys, Zaire Mathis and Sidney Stewart, who are both freshman All-Americans last year. And then you had a 5-star pass rusher in Zion Ely. So they definitely have the makings for one of the best defenses they've had in a while.
We're talking with Jeff Erman of 24/7 Sports. He covers the Maryland Terps in 25 teams and 25 grums. You mentioned Zion Ely. I mean, obviously Maryland's not afraid to play freshmen. How much of what Maryland can do rushing the passer this year, how much of that could rest on Ely's shoulders? Do you think they're going to give him a big opportunity to go out and try to make a good first impression?
He'll definitely play a lot, but when you have two star defensive end coming back from the previous year, good news is you don't have to rely on Ely as much, but they'll definitely want to get him out there quite a bit. He's one of the highest ranked recruits in the program's history, regardless of position. You add him to a couple guys who had 13 sacks combined as true freshmen last year, and it could make them a pretty exciting team to watch with the pass rush.
What do you think, Jeff, about just the raw returning production with this team overall? Like, it's something we talk about a ton around here with Nebraska, especially in the lean years of the last decade where, hey, there's a lot of returning players, but it's a lot of returning players from a team that was sub 500. So is like the returning production that good? I wonder how you're kind of balancing that out as you're trying to handicap the season.
Yeah, that's actually what Mike Loxley said last week at Media Day. He mentioned, the 71% returning, and, some people will say it's 71% from a bad team, but it is a little different, I think, in this circumstance because most of that 71% were true freshmen last year. So this is the year they typically make the biggest jump, whereas it wasn't a bunch of juniors who are already just who they are and struggled all last season. So, obviously you have to prove it, especially coming off these past two seasons, 2-16 overall in the Big Ten. But, I think the talent is returning production is definitely something that's positive for them.
Jeff, it's kind of become a running meme. Maryland's post-September record, just 1-14 the last two seasons. How much is that conversation hung over the program?
I wouldn't say that much. Fans definitely joke about it. Other fan bases, media mention it, but I don't think they're selectively focused on that more so than just winning in general, more so than the time of the year. And that, obviously, as we discussed earlier, the schedule gets far more difficult after that first month, so that has a lot to do with it. But the biggest thing, they're in survival mode, so the biggest thing is just get as many wins as possible. They feel like they will. They feel like they're being, underestimated significantly by the media because of how the past 2 years have gone. But, it's prove it time.
Jeff, speaking of that, I'm curious as to how you're viewing the Nebraska game in terms of where it falls on the schedule. As you mentioned earlier, Hampton and UConn to start, and then right into Virginia Tech, UCLA, a team I know a lot of people seem to be bullish on as they undergo regime change. And then after Nebraska is Ohio State. Like, we've been kind of figuring out those various fork in the road matchups for the Huskers early on. Maryland seems to be one. How is the view of the Nebraska game in terms of where it falls on the schedule and the goals that they're going to be trying to reach?
Yeah, I think the biggest one with that is not so much where it falls on the schedule, but just that it's one of a handful of games where, you know, they might not be favored, but it's winnable at face value. Looks like one you can get. They got to get as many of those 50-50 games as possible, because it's always the big upsets have been elusive over the years. So to me, that's in a group of games on their schedule. Obviously, Purdue is one they should win. Rutgers is a handful, and that Nebraska is tougher than those two, but it's still in that same sphere of 50-50-ish games that they need to get.
Jeff Ehrman, 24/7 Sports, covers Maryland football. Jeff, we appreciate the time. Thanks a lot for joining us.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Jeff.
Second straight opponent that we have previewed for Nebraska. And again, for those of you maybe new to the Grum or has not paid attention to 25 teams in the past, shame on you.
Yeah.
We split it up a little bit. We always try to get every Nebraska opponent and then a hodgepodge of some of the
playoff contenders.
So this is back-to-back Grums now. We have done a Husker opponent with Michigan State last Friday and then Maryland today. And it's the second straight time where on the preview site that I've been looking at, College Football News, they have identified the Nebraska game as the biggest game on the schedule. And for very similar reasons, because of where it is on the schedule, opportunity to steal one. A lot of people like to look at Nebraska. Oh, this is an opportunity for them to steal one.
Sure.
This is what College Football News wrote. They said they've got to sneak away a Big Ten road win from somewhere, and with a date at Ohio State afterwards, beating Nebraska and Lincoln is a moment where they show whether or not they'll matter in conference play.
Seriously, man, like that schedule after a couple of patsies to start, and I mean, who knows what UConn's going to be this year? Virginia Tech, year one, James Franklin. UCLA, Bob Chesney, what's going on with that program out west? At Nebraska, at Ohio State, Rutgers, and then an idle week. So they play 7 games before they're off. They have Wisconsin, Penn State, USC all in the back half, Illinois as well. Like, it's not an easy schedule.
No.
And so we're probably not going to be doing the September, good, everything else bad meme this year. It's tough. I mean, they could very well go 2-2, maybe 1-3, I guess. So you view that Nebraska game, the first game of October for both of these teams, as like a real kind of put up or shut up moment, for each. Nebraska on paper should be looking at a 4-0 record. I think on paper they're probably looking at 2-2. I mean, that's quite the different record. Nebraska, a lot of goals out in front of them. Maryland trying to hold on to the steering wheel and not let
Correct.
go.
Yeah, try to salvage something.
Seriously, if it goes, it gets supposed to again on paper. I'm really curious to see the jump that's going to happen in year 2 for Malik Washington. I mean, he definitely had some plays last year where you're like, whoa, that guy is talented. He also had some plays where you're like, yikes, that guy's a freshman. And so removing some of those freshman struggles and getting better, certainly getting, more efficient. He mentioned it, Jeff did, the drops that they had last year. We saw that. That was a big time problem for them. And so the program, man, like they had some nice years a few years ago, basically at the end of the Big Ten East and West era. They would not beat the teams at the top, but they won 8 games in 2023. They won 8 games in 2022. They won 7 games in 21. So like they had definitely taken a step forward as a program, but they have really fallen off over the last couple of years.
And as you heard Jeff talk about a little bit earlier, I mean, one of the biggest keys is to take a little pressure off Washington by having a better running game. And I remember going into the Maryland game last year saying, man, this is a game where Nebraska should be able to, hold the fort in terms of the run. And it ended up being one of the better running games that Maryland had all year. Ran for 130 yards and a couple of touchdowns. And so if they do get better at running the football, you hope that Nebraska has been better at stopping the run. Because if there's a game, and really, honestly, it's any of them. I know we've done a pretty good job of splitting up this season into thirds. Obviously, you've got, well, it's not thirds, but it'd be in threes. You got the 3 non-con games. Piece of cake. You got the 3 playoff teams. You got the 3 other teams that'll probably be ranked.
Yeah, like that next step down from playoff caliber.
And then you've got the 3 quote-unquote winnable Big Ten games.
Yeah.
Those games are also very losable.
For sure.
And honestly, if Nebraska is going to take a step this year, they need to win all 3 of those so-called winnable Big Ten games, including this one.
100%. You got to go 3-0 against the will win games, right? And then the next group up is this. And 2-1, I don't think would be enough. I mean, I know that gets you to 5. And so then all you got to do is pick up one more game. But man, it makes it a whole lot more difficult. You know, the math just suddenly does not really work in your favor if that's what happens. And dare I say, you got to do 3-0. You got to do 3-0. Maybe with that next group, you're looking at 1 or 2. I mean, 2 would be awesome. You know, I'm just trying to think of removing my own expectation aside, what a program in year 4 of an era, like what markers you're looking for from them. And those are the kind of things that I know I'm looking for.
Let's see. Tomorrow,
Miami.
Joe
Zagacki, our good friend covering the Canes, the voice of the Hurricanes.
So we'll branch away from Nebraska opponents for the moment.
Playoff opponent, maybe.
Or
Miami stinks this year, and maybe they play in like the
Pinstripe Bowl,
Camp World Sports Bowl.
Let's do the Pinstripe Bowl again.
Please,
finally it could be like the Gotham Bowl in '62. They both play in New York. How awesome would that?
Wasn't that a really cold day?
It
Gotham
was.
Bowl?
It was
3 fans at that game,
and the newspapers were on strike, and so there was no coverage of the game, and no one showed up.
Oh man, let's see how many people were there. 6,166
in the old Yankee Stadium.
Gross. Oh, that had to just be so cavernous and cold. It was on ABC. The temperature at kickoff was 14 degrees. A damp 14 degrees, as Wikipedia describes it. What is a damp? So
I don't think you can't have damp.
Yeah,
if it's 14 degrees.
It's cold. It's frozen.
It means it's frozen.
Yeah, that doesn't sound.
It's
like
frozen damp.
Nebraska won.
951-16. Yes, they did.
Save that for Wednesday.
They did win that game. That's the first time they ever played Miami. No. They may have played them another time earlier. Here's Tony on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Good afternoon, Tony.
Hey, Tony.
Hello, gentlemen. I hope your summer's going well. I appreciate the look ahead here.
It is. Thank you.
Nice. I do have a question. What if we do lose this Maryland game? How do you recover? How do you prevent the season from going off the rails? Because I believe this might be, in the first 5 games, one of the most important games. Because if you can't beat Maryland at home, and you look at the back half of the schedule, how are you going to beat any of those games? So then you're looking at a potential, and I would hate to see this happen, but you're looking at a potential no bowl game if you lose this Maryland game. I don't think we realize how big this game is. Just wonder what your thoughts were.
Tony, I could not agree with you more. Because right after Maryland, Indiana comes to town. So you lose to Maryland, the mood isn't going to be as good. Especially, let's say that they start off 4-0, right? So they're looking ahead, they're peaking. We're getting the 13-day window.
But you know what it's going to be like? People will be like, 4-0. I feel good, but
just need one more thing. And so like that goes out the window. Then Indiana comes into town, probably going to be a loss. Then you travel to Oregon, probably going to be a loss. And then you're off because you have an idle week after the Oregon game. And so then you're sitting and you're stewing for weeks in that feeling of a 3-game potential losing streak. And then what happens when you come back for Halloween? Washington comes to town. And then you're welcoming Washington in. And you're like, got to avoid a 4th straight loss. Cannot have a 4th consecutive loss. And then after that, it's Illinois on the Friday night. Dare I say, this is the most important game on the schedule.
It is a very important game.
I really do feel that. Because last year it was close. It went down to the wire in Maryland. Nebraska made huge plays on both sides of the ball late. They had a huge special teams play also in that game. They had 3 turnovers by their quarterback, and they still were able to find a way to come back and win. That was a massively important game for them.
Yeah, and that quarterback who brought them back from the brink of defeat is gone.
He is gone. He has left.
And he didn't even say goodbye.
Yeah, so I think that this, in all seriousness, this is a massive, massive football.
It does feel like it in the moment. It certainly does.
Yeah. And
Of
like,
course,
look,
we say the same thing about the game before that
Before it,
because,
for
like,
sure.
well,
They
but
don't
if
wanna
they
road
lose to
game,
Michigan
yeah, yeah,
State, then they come home and there's bad vibes, and people are going, "Oh my
100%.
God, it's a Big Ten," and then they lose that, and then because we can always, it's always very easy now to look at the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
With all of these, I want to push back just a little bit and say, they could maybe they could lose this game and still be all right.
I mean, that in a way would be growth.
That would be absolutely be growth. And that's been the biggest bugaboo in this program is winning some of these coin toss / well, as we've called them, the should win games.
Mm-hmm. A game that you're favored to win.
Yeah.
Because they'll be favored to win this game.
You got your will wins, which unfortunately Nebraska's dropped a couple of those, but the should win games, the games that they'll be favored in, but it's a little bit closer to a coin flip. And they've lost more than their fair share of those.
Nebraska.
And this one will fit into that bucket.
According to Bill Connolly, they're a 4-point favorite. So you add in home field, you're looking at 6 or 7 points that they're favored in. I mean, yeah, that's one that they lost last year against Minnesota with a similar line. They lost to UCLA the year before with a similar line. They lost to Illinois the year before with a similar line. Like, they've had a lot of these losses. They got to be able to do that. Got to be able to do that.
Well, Josh earlier said something about, rattling off all these consecutive losses and like a fool. He said, Oregon, that's a loss. No, it's not, because we're going to send you to Oregon
Hell
and
yeah.
you're going to be the good luck charm. Well, not all of you, just a couple of you, because we've got a contest for you at 1620thezone.com. You can have a shot to win a trip for 2 to see Nebraska face Oregon in Eugene. 2 tickets to the game, round trip airfare for 2, 2-night hotel stay, $150 gift card for food, rides, or game day gear. And not only do you need to go to 1620 The Zone and register, but there are bonus entries to help stack the deck in your favor by listening to Happer and Schaefer this week.
Ooh.
So listen to Happer and Schaefer for bonus opportunities, but at the very least, go to 1620thezone.com, register right now for the trip to see Nebraska face Oregon in Eugene. Thanks to Woodhouse Auto Family and 1620 The Zone. Don't forget, 1620, the golf tournament's coming up in less than 2 weeks, August the 21st. That's a Friday over at Miracle Hill. And just got intel on some of the prizes that we're going to have for this little shindig. You know, the cool thing is, sometimes the best team goes out, swamps the field, and then takes all the good prizes. Well, guess what? That's not going to be the case. There's good prizes for the first flight and the second flight.
Hello.
Plus, there's a bunch of other cool stuff. In fact, let me bring up we got tickets to area events. We got
cool
gift
stuff.
certificates, league clothing. We got gift certificates to Cashios. We got gift certificates to Stories Coffee. We got Roku items. We got golf bags. These are some of the whole prizes. Plus, there's the $10,000 hole-in-one challenge brought to you by Langfeld Overhead Door. So you might want to get yourself registered because
we are
there's a
getting
good chance
low on spots.
There's a good chance you're going to come away with more in value than you invested, and that's not even counting the good times you're going to have.
Yeah.
So get registered today. 1620thezone.com. It's less than 2 weeks away. The 1620 the golf tournament at Miracle Hill, 8:30 shotgun start Friday morning, August 21.
Also, a reminder, if you have a spot open or you are a single looking to join a group, hit me up in the email inbox and we'll see if we can put some people together. That is a goal because I know we've had multiple people say, I need to get in a group, but I don't have any friends who play golf. And so let us know and we'd be happy to combine.
Which is appropriate. You have no friends. You email Josh. He has.
I have many friends on many sides.
Here is a little bit of Matt Rule. He was talking in this first clip, number one there, Jake. He's talking about just the gains that they made in the offseason in the weight room.
This offseason, we added 677 pounds of lean mass. At the same time, while they added those 677 pounds of lean mass, they lost 188 pounds as a team of fat. This will be the biggest and leanest team we've had. So great job by the players in the offseason. They've been great in the weight room, great in training table, great in that classroom. Now they've got to take that mindset and transfer over to the football field. And again, we started on Wednesday, and we'll continue to go until school starts. So,
Josh, they look good coming off the bus.
Jimmy writes, another team in sports added weight or lost weight. Yeah, this is one of the, I know it's not Thursdays, but this is one of the tried and true traditions of August that I just do not care about. I'm happy. It's good. I expect them to lose weight and to gain muscle.
Fitness.
No, I love it. I ran this morning. I love the thought process that goes behind getting stronger and faster and fitter. I don't care. Like, that's good. That's good. I would be surprised if it was any other way.
Well, maybe I can get you to care about this. Of course, Nebraska's changing defensive coordinators. Thus, they're also changing defensive schemes. But Rule was asked about the change from the 3-3-5 to the 4-2-5, and he kind of downplayed it.
There's a change, but there's really no adjustment because, we did so much to that. There were games last year where or even with Tony and them where we were in 4 down, 60 to 70% of the time. I mean, not all the time, but there were times. And, we had the players to do it. So it felt like it was way better to have Cam Lenhart or Williams Nwaneri or Jordan Ochoa or whomever line up, head up on the tight end or outside instead of playing a 4-eye inside the tackle, right? Just the bodies that we had developed. And I think good coaches say to themselves, what's the best scheme fit for the players we have? Not, hey, I want to do this because it's what I do. And so the guys have picked it up and run with it.
I think that's fascinating because a lot of the talk has been, well, how are they going to make the adjustment? Rule's kind of downplaying it. He's saying, listen, we played a lot of 4-man fronts last year, and they did.
That's what the coaches have been saying for years around here. Whenever the 3-3-5 would come up, it's like, look, you guys are making too big of a deal about it. Like, we're still doing 4 down linemen from time to time. It's not like it just goes away. The thing that I'm wondering about is just the changes, whether it's the verbiage or the responsibilities, what they're asking for. Where does that show itself positively early in the season, and where does it show itself negatively early in the season? Because, I have zero doubt that, by the end of the year, the defense will be playing better football in relation to the competition that they're going against. But, the mistakes that they make early, when do they show themselves, and how does it show itself?
To me, it's it's more about what kind of attitude they bring and how disruptive they can be more than it is scheme, because they need more disruption. They have to turn teams over better than they did last year.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they do, some of those uglier numbers, like the red zone numbers, are going to get better. And that is more important to me. I want to see how confident these guys are playing and how disruptive they can be. Whether or not they got a 3-man front or a 4-man front, it really doesn't matter to me, because, listen, there's strengths and weaknesses with every kind of philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're leaning into the players that they have, all the better. On the offensive side, Matt Rule was asked about the running back room.
Yeah, I think the running backs, I think running backs a little different in that, you're looking for, hey, he can do this and he can do that. And you're trying to play 2 or 3 guys. So I think it's right now for these guys, not about fighting each other, but, proving what they can do at a high level so that Dana can take it and run with it. I have so much faith in EJ that, EJ will have the backs right.
This could be one of the central questions, not just to this year, but how people either lend more or take away more trust from Matt Rule, because he's been confident about it. Barthel's been confident about it. The running backs are going to be fine.
Their approach says that they believe in this room.
Exactly. And if they end up being acceptable, forget about being great. Just if they're acceptable, I think that's going to be a huge lift for how people perceive the future of this program, because then they'll be like, okay, he wasn't lying to us. He wasn't feeding us. Because what do we see all the time with the naysayers? Oh, used car salesman. He keeps selling us a bunch of crap. Well, here's an area where they have really staked their reputation. They're saying, man, this car is the most dependable car. It's the fastest car. It gets the best gas mileage. You're going to love this car. And then you take the car out and the thing's a lemon. If they can back up what they have been saying all offseason about this running back room, it's going to go a long way to rebuilding damaged trust from those who don't trust him, and reinforce that maybe this guy knows what he's talking about after all.
What's the middle ground of those? So you have one side where it's a lemon, the other side where they get it right.
The middle ground is just more of the same.
You think so?
Yeah.
So if they're like a net neutral, EJ, Emmett Johnson, that is, aside, that's a net neutral. Like if they're kind of similar to what they were like 2 years ago with the running back room, where they had a couple of guys who were 500 yards backs, like that would be.
It's going to be hard to quantify it in terms of stats. I mean, sometimes it's how it looks.
Can they pick up short yardage?
Can they pick up short yardage? Can they help those 4-minute drives? Can they bail their quarterback out on occasion when they absolutely need to? You don't need to have 1,000-yard rusher this year to show positive growth. I mean, it could be a combined effect. We don't know.
Well, that's the thing. I just would like the top 2 guys to get over 1,000 yards. I think then at least you can have a conversation about how good
Both
the room
of them?
is. No. Combine the top 2 rushers.
Have the top 2.
Have at least 1,000
sure.
yards. I'd probably put the number closer to 1,200.
That's fair.
If they're going to be as good as they're talking them out to be.
Right.
But I'm a little skeptical.
We'll save a couple of those other quotes for a little bit later if we have some time. But before we go to break, let's bring up if Walter is still there. Hi, Walter. Thanks for waiting. You're in the zone.
Walter is gone. Text from the 402 says, was the comment about losing 188 pounds of fat a shot at Dylan?
Good grief. Wow.
That's what the text said. I just read the texts.
That alone is why you should register for the Oregon trip, because you can go over there and you can make those jokes to his face in person.
Nice. Matthew says, Josh, if the top 2 running backs combine for over 1,000 yards, how much will Calandria run for? It's a good question for when we get to our variety of predictions later on in the next few weeks. But I don't know, 400 or 500 yards, somewhere in that neck of the woods, right? Is that what you're hoping for with him?
That's probably where he's going to be.
Probably what you're hoping for.
When we come back, we'll shift gears a little bit and talk about football of a professional variety.
Ooh, awesome.
It's 100 days to the NFL. We asked this question late last week regarding how much of a favorite the Rams appear to be, and Bill Barnwell did a lot of work for us. And I
Thank
thought,
you, Bill.
I thought there were some interesting results in here.
Nice.
So we'll talk about that. And Mitch Sherman still to come this hour on 1620 The Zone.
This is a segment open, and frankly, not a very original one. You see, Josh loves counting things down because he can't live in the moment.
This one, a long time have I watched. All of his life as he looked away to the future, to the horizon, never his mind on where he was, what he was doing. You are reckless.
Anyway, this is 100 Days to the NFL. Oh, and there's an obligatory Brent Musburger clip because every Josh Open has to have one.
You are looking live.
Something
It's a college
on
highlight.
1620 The Zone. Press the button, Nick.
We should push those glasses up a little further.
I care about things. I care about things like that.
So last week, as we were discussing the NFL and the odds, the Super Bowl odds, right now the Rams are the clubhouse leader at around 5-1. And the next nearest team is around 10-1. And we thought, man, that's pretty decent size.
They got to be some of the biggest favorites of all time.
Well, Bill Barnwell of ESPN did a little research and not only looked up, how big a favorite a team was, especially when compared to the rest of the field, but then also obviously how that team fared.
Because that's what really matters here. Not if you were the biggest favorite. Who cares? Did you win the Super Bowl when you were the biggest favorite?
Well, here's a couple of things that he discovered. These are now, this is all based on gap to the field. So in other words, how big was the gap between themselves and the next nearest favorite?
Because as he writes in the story, there are the odds, plus whatever, but there is an implied odds that you can figure out what the actual percentage is.
Mm-hmm.
For example, the team at the top of this graphic, the 2017 Patriots, their implied odds to win the Super Bowl going into the year was 19.8%. 19.8%, which, as you have on the graphic, was 11.5% better than the next closest team. That is crazy.
Yeah, the 17 Patriots were even a bigger favorite, a prohibitive favorite than the 07 Patriots, the team that went undefeated.
That's crazy.
But as you can see by the list of the top, what is that, 8?
Yes.
All of them, none of them, I should say, managed to win the Super Bowl. A couple of them went to the Super Bowl and lost.
Including the 17 Patriots.
Those 2 Patriots teams, also the 97 Packers. A couple of them missed the playoffs, including the 2002 Rams that were injury-riddled after the Patriots stole the Super Bowl from them.
08 Patriots, that was the season where Tom Brady was injured like 5 minutes into the season.
Right. What's interesting, though, is all the teams on this graphic, because we asked the question last week, how big a favorite are the Rams compared to the field?
Uh-huh.
Now, it's the 9th biggest since Barnwell went back, and I can't remember the first year. I want to say it was early.
He did 1990 to 2025.
So we're looking at 35 years.
Yeah.
Right? That's a pretty good chunk of data. They're the 9th biggest preseason favorite.
Big, certainly, but man, not as big of a favorite as I expected them to be, given the conversation we had last week.
I mean, the 2002 Rams coming off that Super Bowl loss were a bigger favorite to the field than this year's Rams are.
Uh-huh.
So I thought that was interesting.
Yep.
Then the other one was, how do they compare to the other preseason favorites?
So
and
again,
this is looking at the implied odds. So this is the percentage chance a team has of winning the Super Bowl.
So again, the previous graphic was how much further ahead they were of the team next closest to them. This next slide is how actual big of a favorite you were. So not were you 10% bigger than the next team? No, just the raw percentage of winning the Super Bowl going into the year. And the 2007 Patriots were the biggest preseason favorite ever. Their implied odds were winning the Super Bowl 21% of the time. And that was, of course, the undefeated Patriots that lost in the Super Bowl to the Giants. That's nuts. And so I saw you counting. How many teams are on this list?
The 2026 Rams are 16th on this list.
That's nuts, man. Because they are heavy, heavy, heavy favorites.
but not that heavy.
And yet, in my lifetime, 07 Patriots, 17. I mean, I guess this is all my lifetime.
The Chiefs of 5 years ago.
Chiefs 5 years ago, bigger favorites.
Were a bigger or had better odds. Not big necessarily bigger favorites, but had better odds.
Yeah.
You know, you got a couple of 49er teams in there.
Yeah, you got a lot of 90s Packers and 90s 49ers teams in there. Interesting that the Cowboys of the early 90s didn't show up in here with 92, 93, or 95.
Well, that's because
they were in the
49ers.
Yeah, Niners big favorite in 95. Niners big favorite in 96.
The Niners were actually bigger favorites in most of those years than the Cowboys were.
Yeah. Packers in here a few times.
And remember, the betting markets are a little bit different, you know. I mean, the 49ers had a lot of cachet.
They did, yeah. They'd won 4 Super
Bowls in the 80s. The Cowboys were I mean, more comparatively, a flash in the pan because they had literally just went, and then fizzled out, you know, after that. But so this makes it look like, and by the way, on this list, there are a couple of Super Bowl. There is, one Super Bowl champion on this list?
The 2021 Chiefs, they won the Super Bowl. And that is 94 49ers.
And the 94 49ers.
Two.
Yeah.
Because 95 49ers lost in the NFC title game, 96 lost in the divisional round. And the 2018 Patriots. They beat the Rams. That was the year they played them. So you have a few, so was that three teams?
3 out of the 16.
So the odds are, I mean, honestly, the odds are kind of what you'd expect. Like, that's 25% of the heaviest favorites of all time have won a Super Bowl. Solid odds, but also it just shows how difficult it is to win.
Well, again, you're talking about even of the most favored teams, the Patriots were still a 1 in 5 chance. That meant it was a 4 in 5 chance that somebody not named the Patriots was going to win the Super Bowl that year in 2007.
I was thinking about that.
Which they did in the Giants.
Like with the Super Bowl is the most watched telecast in America every year. 120 million people watch it. That means, though, that there are over 200 million people that don't.
Correct.
And so, like, again, it's the biggest audience, and it always will be. But it's like, wow, more people don't watch it than do. And you never, would really think that.
Patrick says, while we're on here, can someone please explain to Matt, odds-on favorite does not mean the favorite. Not just mean the favorite. Been driving me nuts, him saying the Rams are odds-on at 5-1. They are. They're 5-1.
They're 5-1.
I mean, they are.
They're the favorite at 5-1.
Favorite at 5-1.
They're the favorite at 5-1.
All right, coming up next, we're going to talk with Mitch Sherman.
Let's do it.
Get his thoughts on what he heard from Matt Rule over the weekend as the first week of camp is in the books.
It's almost done already.
16-20 the zone.
John, the computer froze. We haven't had this happen in quite some time.
Does the F9 button work?
No, it's a spinny ball. Yeah.
Oh, look at the spinny ball. You know, it's funny because I was just talking to Chris a couple of breaks ago, Prudon.
Yeah, what were you saying?
He was saying something
we haven't
about,
had any issues in a long
we've been having
time.
some issues, next gen, blah, 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 but it doesn't affect you.
Mm-hmm.
I said it would if I had to do a 90-minute long segment because the commercials won't play.
Mm-hmm.
Well, wouldn't you know who won the pony?
Yep.
Not me. The damn computer froze.
It's pretty crazy.
It ain't working.
And so there's a world where we're talking, and at some point, oh, wow, I just realized it froze like 6 minutes ago.
Oh,
that's not good. Because look, it's on there, it's 3:40 with 52 seconds. It's currently 3:47. So it's been frozen for 5-6 minutes.
Man, I'm really glad we got big clock.
Thank God. Thank God
Good
for
job,
big
Matt.
clock. Reach out to Prudon there,
yes,
Jake.
Will do.
Let him know.
It's frozen.
Oh, wait, never mind. Prudon has reached out to me. Keep going. We are rebooting the next gen server. That's awesome. I love when it happens during the show.
I freaking knew it.
Yeah.
By just merely mentioning it. It was going to happen.
Matthew says, are you guys at a commercial or no? Not anymore. We're
not anymore.
I mean, so I guess,
we're not at commercial anymore.
So
we're live, baby.
We'll produce the show on the air. Jake, you can call Mitch in like 2 minutes.
Got it.
We can, right? We'll just go right to him. And
yeah, just go ahead and get him on.
We can. Okay, perfect. Do you want to sing his theme song?
No.
You don't want to?
No.
Look at Mitch Sherman. Mitch Sherman's amazing. He's on right now. Ooh, he looks so amazing.
Can you believe while we're waiting for Mitch Sherman, can you believe that
I can't believe
that the dumbass who created that open is getting put in a Hall of Fame tomorrow night?
Man, What,
can you believe that?
What should you and I do so we can get into the Hall of Fame?
All we have to do is play armpit noises.
I think that
just you know,
you want to do the armpit noise game?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you could get into a Hall of Fame by creating the Mitch Sherman magic, what is it, wild horse or whatever they called that stupid open.
Yeah, the amazing
and
horse.
that gets you in a Hall of Fame? Seriously. This is a weaker candidacy than Troy Aikman.
Hey, a little, speaking of the Cowboys, John, I'm just going to ignore you. Ian Rappaport is reporting that the Cowboys and Quinnen Williams have agreed to terms on a 3-year, $105.9 million extension.
It's not Thursday.
Shut up. This isn't what the Cowboys do. Moving money around in a good way? What on earth is happening? They have now more cap space for the season. I like Quinnen Williams. He's good.
Not as good as Mitch Sherman.
Look at Mitch Sherman. Mitch Sherman's amazing.
Mitch,
He's
we were
on
just
right
talking
now.
about this. We can't play your open because the computers are being rebooted, but your old open, the one that Josh was just singing, can you believe that the guy who made that open is getting put in a Hall of Fame tomorrow night? Unbelievable.
Yeah, I can believe that. Yeah, for sure. And enlighten me on what's happening here, because right now, in fact, I just texted your producer a few minutes ago to see if Nick is apparently not in today. Is that right?
He's still on vacation.
Yeah, he's somewhere,
gone for one more
somewhere
day
over the Rocky Mountains, I
So
think.
you didn't get your text at the station there asking if I could come on later today because I'm in the middle of dorm move-in.
Oh, no. Do we want to say goodbye, Mitch?
Yeah, we can.
No, I'm on the phone now. The phone now. So
Well, this is awkward.
Let's talk now as I'm in the hallway here.
So here's the other thing that happened, Mitch. So our computers froze, and so we can't go to commercial break right now. And so
what Hall of Fame is Kevin being inducted into? Like what's
The
going on
Nebraska Broadcasters Hall of Fame tomorrow night.
That's an amazing honor.
It is
Very
an
happy for
amazing
Kevin.
honor, but it also shows how low the bar has become now. Because, all you have to do
it's
is
like the
create
Professional
goofy open-
Basketball Hall of Fame.
Yes.
You would, yeah. I mean, I would not say that. I would not make that comment.
Well, of course, he did the song for you. It was a big honor.
That alone is Hall of Fame worthy.
That's true. We played a little bit of Matt Rule audio earlier. Did it surprise you to hear Rule downplaying the transition to the 4-2-5?
I think he's downplaying a lot of stuff right now.
He is.
There were a couple of questions earlier in the press conference where it's kind of like in the spring when he downplayed the whole idea that it was a reset. That to me fits right in line with that. When there are questions where it's like serving up on a platter a reason, some way where it looks like his answer might be a reason that they aren't as good this year as they could be, or he's making an excuse, even if he's just responding to a question. I think he's very aware of downplaying that situation. And the 4-2-5, that his answer in a certain kind of context, I think could be viewed that way. Where if he said this is a big transition, there's a lot going on that we've got to learn. Then the feedback might be, and he clearly cares about the feedback. Like he's sensitive to that, and that's been the case from day one at Nebraska, and generally up until this offseason, the feedback has all been mostly positive, but it could be construed like, well, Rule is making an excuse on why this or this happened, and it's year 4, so get over it. Like you have to switch defenses. It's not really an excuse. So I think he's, I heard that in his voice a couple of times. This is the first time that he's addressed the media in Lincoln this preseason. So we hadn't heard from him since Chicago, and there wasn't as much of that in Chicago, but when some specific questions came on Saturday about whatever it might be, if the answer was leading him in a direction to say anything that could be viewed as like an excuse for the program, he's steering clear of that.
Hey, Mitch, speaking of Chicago, it's now a week and a half ago, but one quote that has really stuck out with me since then was him saying that he didn't come to Nebraska to go 7-6. And it seems like the program or everyone inside the program right now kind of understands the assignment on what this year has to be. I wonder how you think that shows itself over the course of this year. Like they're putting a pressure on themselves that is there externally, but there's also like an acknowledgement of that. And I can't remember the last time that a head coach around here kind of talked about it maybe in those exact terms.
In win total terms, I mean, athletic directors have done that.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think it's just a direct response to the way that last season was received, and that it wasn't an improvement in terms of record over the year before. Like that in itself is not a controversial take. Like Nebraska is not in the business of playing football to go 7-6, to finish one game above 500, to play in bowl games that are, you know, appetizers for the for the appetizers. So I wasn't as, it was a good quote. It was a soundbite. It was something he said at the podium. It was probably something that he went into Chicago knowing that he was going to say, like something that you think of on the summer when he was on a plane somewhere or on the beach in New Jersey or maybe on the way to Chicago the night before. You know, he has a meeting with his brain trust that's there, and that's something that comes up probably earlier than that. I think Matt Rule probably thought of that very early in the offseason. He may have thought of it before the bowl game last year when they were sitting at 7-5, and that might have crossed his plate. Like, we didn't come here to go 7-6, and they did go 7-6. So here we are 9 months later. It's an easy thing to bring up, and you know, that resonates with everybody. There's nothing about that statement that's going to fire anybody up in a negative way.
Mitch Sherman joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. We haven't had a chance to really, I mean, we talked a little bit about it in our crossover, but Damon Benning, our old colleague, is going to be now in the front office, taking over some duties there in player development. What more do we know about what Damon's exact role is going to be? And you know, I had a chance to text him over the weekend, and he seems very excited about it. I can't think of a better representative when you think about how much blood, sweat, and tears he not only put into the program as a player, but then in the last 20 or so years, talking about it and kind of being a media liaison to it.
Right. And I mean, he's been representing the program in one way or another for, 30 plus years. So this just makes it official. You know, it was official back in the 90s. And I guess he's been an official in a different kind of role as a radio analyst and a media personality. But this is, you know, he's all the way in now. Like this is neck deep. This is not just this is not a job for show. Like he has real importance within the program as a key member, and that's why it was immediately communicated that no, he's not going to be doing this and continuing to coach at Westside. Which, when you think about it, there's no possible way that he could continue to do that as a member of the Nebraska staff. Like you're not going to be able to coach a high school team, players to Nebraska and plays against prospective recruits. So that's immediately a done deal. The radio thing, like, I mean, people have worked in roles before within the department and still done radio, but that's another indicator that like this is an important thing that he's doing. They value how to look at maybe what it is. I mean, one is to know Damon and know that he is first about relationships, and that's a big part of what this job is. Like this is the relationship coordinator for the Nebraska football program. That's what Gus Felder did, and he wasn't like a real front-facing person. But if you ever had the chance to see him in action, I think you saw that he had a big personality, and he was somebody that valued relationships and cultivated relationships between the Nebraska football program and the community that they exist in. And Damon will be able to do that and do it with the background of knowledge of having been a part of this community for 50 plus years.
Well, Mitch, we'll let you get back to moving. We know and we appreciate the fact that you've been busy today. We're sorry that Nick had to be on an airplane, so couldn't acknowledge your
That's
your
okay.
tweet.
He'll get the text whenever he lands or wherever he's at and go, oh, well.
Yeah, and then he'll freak out in usual Nick fashion. He's like, oh, did you get this? Too late.
Yeah, it'll be Tuesday by that point in time. We'll be
but
fine.
it actually all worked out for the best. It all worked out.
I'm in the hall, and I hope I didn't offend anyone by talking about Nebraska football being where I am. But it goes with the territory. You've been accustomed to it, John.
Yes,
indeed.
I have. Well, good luck, and we'll talk to you next week.
Bye, Mitch.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. We got the computers working, so we'll take this break. We'll come back, do another segment. We still have Mitch Holtis to come.
Nice.
Including Emmett Johnson made some news today.
He did.
He was on the receiving end of some news today.
That's true.
On 1620 The Zone. All right. We appreciate everyone being able to work through the little technical glitch. I think we're back and ready to action.
I can't stop laughing at Mitch texting Nick that he wants to go later.
Yeah.
And us not having any idea that he texted Nick that he wanted to go later. And then we couldn't go to break. So he actually came on earlier than normal. Good times.
It all worked out for the best.
It did all work out for
It all worked out for the best, and that's all we can ask for. Going back to our 100 days to professional football bit, Chris says, I'd never thought about it until you just mentioned that 200 million people don't watch the Super Bowl. But my question is, who are these people? Can we find some of them just to explain what the hell it is they may do if they're not watching the Super Bowl? I can't wrap my mind around not watching the Super Bowl outside of being in prison where you literally can't. Well, actually, you can because they usually, they have the little TV. And Now, if the wrong guy's in charge of the remote and he's the toughest guy in prison.
The Jack Mitchell of prison. The Royals game is on MLB Network. We need to change the channel.
Well, I said the toughest guy. I didn't say that.
A tougher version of Jack Mitchell.
Yeah.
He wants to change the channel.
Can we watch the Royals in a meaningless September game? Which, by the way, the Royals are going to have a lot of meaningless. Well, they've
they have
had a lot of meaningless
August
games for a long time now.
I think I had some friends in college who didn't watch the Super Bowl. Like they didn't go to Nebraska. They went to Nebraska Wesleyan. And I met them when I was a senior, and I don't think they
Against the Lord to watch.
No, they weren't sports fans. They were like, I don't care about sports. Why would I watch it? I haven't talked to any of these people in years, though. Otherwise, I have no one in my life that doesn't watch the Super Bowl. Nobody. I can't imagine.
I've never done an audit because I've been too busy watching the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that would be weird.
You having problems over there?
Well, I can't even blame McMaster. I'm just trying to get this thing a little tighter. So
Well,
not to blame
now-
Happer
yeah.
for this.
What is it with the people
I
in
don't
this?
know, man. I don't know.
Like they can't keep the damn mics straight.
I don't know what's going on.
Come
I have no idea.
on.
By the way, you were mentioning with Mitch Damon, our now former media colleague, now out of the biz, leaving
Man,
the
does
biz.
this mean every time that you criticize Nebraska means you're criticizing Damon?
Benning calling? Will I get a text that says Benning calling? I would love to. I would love to hear from Damon.
Yeah, I can't wait for that first breakdown. Yeah, the reason why they lost the Maryland game was because they obviously weren't getting the proper life skills training. Who's the bum in charge of that?
You asked a question of Mitch, and I know that I've seen that question all over the internet over the last couple of days since Rule announced that Damon was joining the staff. Of like, so what is it that he will be doing exactly? And look, I don't have the answer to that question. I have reached out to Damon. I did not ask him. I wasn't going to be that guy. Hey, so tell me exactly what you're doing.
What is it that you do?
It seems like whatever it is, it will fit his strengths extremely well. And one of the things, man, that I know that we have talked about a lot in my time working here, and even in the times before that, of like, why is the relationship between the program and the Metro in particular? And now I guess the state overall, why has it gotten worse over the years? What has happened to cause that? And I think we all have our theories. I think we all have our answers. I think we all have our guesses. I think that he is going to be able to do that. And, I heard Happer talking about it this morning with him, how he's, touched so many of our lives in different ways. The reason that I started working here was Damon. The reason that I started my internship here was Damon. And so he has always meant, something to me, even when we argued on Big Red Overreaction about, Bo Pelini being bad. But in all seriousness, he's always meant a ton to me because he helped kickstart my career. So sad that he's leaving the industry. Super excited for him. And like everybody else, kind of curious to see like what the program does next in terms of the radio guy and what that looks like. Because I always thought, man, if he ever gets that role, he would kill it. And, sadly only had it for a few short years. So
yeah, just a couple of years.
Yeah,
But
good luck to DB moving forward.
But he is doing something that, it's something that's very, very important to him.
Absolutely.
Nebraska football has been very, very important to him. And you could tell even in the years where he knew he had to be more critical, how much it hurt him, that things weren't going well. And so even though he's not in an on-field coaching capacity, just the fact that he knows he has a chance to influence, some of the people around it. Because, let's face it, we want to ultimately root for our teams and root for the people within those teams.
You want to like the people that you root for.
Yeah, you want to like the people that you root for. You don't want to have to necessarily deal with folks that, are problematic or cause trouble or things
Or just
like
purely
that.
unlikable.
And that's going to be part of, Damon's role, I'm assuming, is, it's going to be, to teach them some of those life skills and, learn from, past experiences. And that's something that Rule has talked about since day one is, graduating good people, not just good football players, but graduating good people. And I can't think of many people that are better in helping shepherd that along in a role that seems to have those tenets attached to it than Damon.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's very exciting, and I think he's going to, do spectacular at it. And, hopefully everyone will, come away with this feeling better about things.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more.
Let's see. We got Mitch Holthus, like I said, coming up in just a little bit. But looking at, we got a couple of minutes here. Let's go back to one more. I wanted to play one more Matt Rule clip.
Okay.
From Saturday. And this is on the backup quarterbacks. And here is what Matt Rule had to say about both Danny Kaelin and TJ Lateef.
I think TJ and Danny are doing a fantastic job. The job he's done with his body's elite. The job Danny's done with his body's elite, so much so that how in the last workout they do a leg press, and the leg press is brutal. Like, you go to failure, you strip the weights off, you go to failure, you strip the weights off. How Danny, when he hit his reps that he was supposed to get, was yelling for put more weight on instead of taking stuff off. So Danny's a guy to me that has elite processing, has great accuracy, a great arm, just had to physically grow up. And he's doing that. TJ did that. Obviously, they both have experience. But you can see that whether they're with the first team, second group, or the third group, they both operate the offense and get the ball out and get it to where it's supposed to be.
It's going to be an important role because there's a good chance that they're going to be pressed into service in some capacity, whether it's long-term or even short-term, because the odds of, Nebraska.
We talk about the last 20 years, there have been more seasons than not where the backup quarterback not only has played, but has started.
Many more seasons. There haven't been many where the quarterbacks made it from start to finish.
Correct.
Dylan was one of the first to do it. At least it felt like. I guess, did Tanner Lee?
Tanner Lee, he got hurt at the end of a game one time, but Patrick O'Brien did not start that season. So he came in for him. He got like a concussion, I think.
Right.
But he never missed a start. But yeah, it's Tanner Lee, and it is
Gans did it in 08.
And then I think the first Tommy Armstrong, Matt Rule. No, never mind. Was there one of the Tommy Armstrong? Oh, the last Bo Tommy Armstrong year.
Yeah.
I believe Tommy started all those. But yeah, there's not a whole lot of them. You have a lot of years where the backup quarterback, again, is getting important minutes and then they're starting games.
Correct.
So it happens a lot. And so, yeah, all that to say, one of those guys is probably going to be thrust into action this year. At least that's what the odds say.
And the fact that they've been performing well and they've tuned their bodies up a little bit better certainly would be encouraging because there's a good chance one of those two are going to be pressed into service this season.
Yeah.
And we'll have more to say on that with Michael Severe. It'll be a Michael Severe Monday coming up in the happy hour. But coming up next, it's a Mitch Holthus training camp update. And this week, focusing on players that need to get it into gear. And we'll talk about that. Mr. Karloftis isn't first up in that. And a big return today at Chiefs training camp.
Oh, yeah.
We'll talk about that with Mitch when we continue here on 1620 The Zone.
absolutely. I mean, the nice thing about Coach Reed is that he keeps everything consistent, so you know what to expect, you know where you're at, you know where you're going. So for me, it's just kind of learning from the experience I've had in the past, being able to know, all right, this is where I need to push myself a little more. This is what I need to do in this phase of the year. Maybe I need to take off a little bit. Maybe I need to add a little bit more to what I'm doing in order to, so I can be ready for the first game. I mean, all that matters is September 14th, and that's what we're all getting ready for.
Mitch Holtis, the voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee. The world's best tailgating begins at Hy-Vee, proud grocery sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Mitch, the theme of this week is going to be guys that really need to get it in gear. Or how did you exactly put it?
I think step up their game.
Step
go
up
to
their
another level consistently.
Yep.
And George Karlaftis is center stage. The guy, a first-round draft pick. And what's interesting, you guys, is the great class of 2022. I've talked about him a lot. There ended up being, including undrafted free agents, 10 guys that stayed for 4 years. Now they've scattered, splintered. And George is the only draftee left.
Wow.
Of that group. We got a couple free agents. That's the world of the NFL. But George, we talked about their reinforcements last week on Wednesday that Chris Jones was talking about. That could help George Karlaftis too. But he's got to jump up and be more consistent, not just sacks, but pressures, hold the edge, passes deflected, get teams off the field, and do it day in and day out. People, have talked about Hendrickson being a comp for him. He's close to that in George Karlaftis. He just now needs to grab that.
What does he need to do to be able to do that, Mitch? Like after that, his sophomore year in the NFL, looking at the numbers, it was like, oh my gosh, what could this guy turn into? And he's been good still since then, but he's not been able to recapture that magic. How does he do so this season?
Well, he's good. I don't know if he could. Maybe he can be great. Maybe that's the ceiling, but very good consistently would be the next step. And I think it's a matter of just kind of being more steady. Like there's times it's like, where is he? Where's he at? And he's just got to be able to shed blocks, double teams. He has to line up inside and just be a force all the time. Now, I do think he's going to get help because there's going to be a really good defensive line rotation. I mentioned all those other guys. When you look at Peter Woods and Kairos Tonga and Felix Uzama and Gelati's back, he was back today, that will help him. And maybe reducing his snap count can help George be more forceful in the snaps that he's got. But it shows up, you guys. Josh, it shows up in the playoffs. He had, in 10 playoff games, Karlaftis. Now think about who they played in the playoffs and the big games against great opponents. He's got, 16 passes defensed and 8 sacks in 10 playoff games. But that performance has not been in the regular season. It's just the opposite of most players. It's really odd. But if George can be, more impactful, consistently, then the Chiefs have a chance to jump up to get 3 or 4 more wins.
Mitch, on the other side of the ball, I noticed today that Trey Smith is still not practiced. I think this is 3 days in a row. He's got a hip injury. Any concerns long-term?
We went to see a specialist. Like that kind of feels like a bigger deal.
Yeah.
Trey's one of the more transparent guys on our team, and most of all the tea leaves are saying no. But hopefully he'll get back out there tomorrow. If not tomorrow, on Wednesday. Probably won't play on Saturday afternoon against the Rams, your Rams. But so far it doesn't sound like it's anything serious. But until I see him back on the field, I won't breathe easy. Let's say it.
Mitch, speaking of getting back there, saw the video of you and Eric Bieniemy. Big old hug. Yeah. What was it like to have him back at practice today?
Tears. I got to tell you, tears. Because see, I've told you before, I know the family well. Mm-hmm. I know Elijah. My son had him in class, and so his senior night. I mean, there's just a lot going on there. And he and EB and I had an exchange. And there's a private conversation, but it was, football goes real dim when that stuff happens. Everything kind of just goes on pause, and to see him for the first time since all that. And I know his wife very well. She is an absolute sweetheart. My heart's broken, for all of them, but Mia survived. That's the blessing here from the Lord. But to see EB today was it was a pretty emotional moment.
Will is he going to be now back full time, or will there be times he'll have to depart and take some time away? Do you know anything about that yet?
Good question. No, I don't, and I didn't ask him that today.
Sure.
I don't think that timing will be better for that, but my guess is that he will be here most, if not all, the time. There's going to be little windows and they got private jets that they can use. Coach would even say, "Hey, I'm going to get you a private jet." And we got some really good air carriers, obviously, in Kansas City that are 30 minutes from where I'm standing in training camp. So if he needs to literally jet back there for a 24 to 48 hour period, there will be gaps in the schedule from time to time for EB to do that. And that would be my guess, although I don't know that for sure.
For the folks who are watching in on our YouTube stream, we're going to have this video for you in just a moment. Were you an eyewitness to the assault today that happened between a former Hawkeye and our Emmett Johnson at practice today?
Oh, it's happened. Well, it has. There's been a couple times I'm going, is this the Hy-Vee corn cob game? Because there was another run. There was a run in team, and it just happened to be where Wampa jumped in the hole, and I mean, it was a hit now. It was for real. And I wanted to run the corn cob trophy down there at that moment, probably give it to Wampa on that one. But EJ's got he's got his too. We always have that pass that trophy back and forth. But what you saw in video is not exactly the first time it's happened. So there's been a little Iowa-Nebraska angst here.
Yeah, for those of you watching it on the YouTube stream, we're going to
And it's a thud day, Mitch, right?
Almost
it's supposed to be a
clotheslines
thud
him.
day. What on earth?
It's the corn cob game. What can I tell you?
It's called the Heroes Trophy, Mitch, not the corn cob. It's the Heroes game.
My bad.
But it is sponsored by Hy-Vee.
Yeah, the official grocery sponsor. When I saw it, I thought of you guys because I'm thinking, is this late November? Are we in Lincoln? But Wampa now. Wampa brings the Wampa. Wampa. He's going to be a story here coming up in the next couple of weeks. We'll wait a bit because we got to get through our themes of the Hall of Famers and then the guys that have to step up and then the guys that got to fill in the cracks. But Wampa's going to be in one of these reports, and he deserves to be because he's an undrafted free agent that right now, if we're playing tonight, is on this team.
Tomorrow's feature will be whom?
We are going to go to Xavier Worthy, somewhat mercurial. We know what he's like, one of the fastest guys in the NFL, top 5 fastest guy. But can he stay healthy? And there's got to be more to his game. And he knows it, but we'll discuss that tomorrow.
Fantastic. Awesome. Mitch, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Yep. See you guys.
That is Mitch Holtis, brought to you by Hy-Vee, your official tailgate headquarters for Kansas City Chiefs football. Let's watch that again. By the way, thanks to our old friend
Matt Foster.
Matt Foster, formerly from Channel 7, formerly from KETV, now working down in Kansas City. But here's
day.
That's almost
they
a
should
clothesline.
fine him and kick him off the team for that kind of a
wow. I mean,
behavior.
and all he did was take the hit. Why are you trying to kick
No,
him off the
not
team?
him, the other
Oh,
guy.
Wampa.
I'm Team Emmett Johnson, man. Unreal. Don't you treat Emmett Johnson like that. You could hurt your team. They're teammates. You can't be treating him like he's a Husker anymore. You got to treat him like he's
Mitch
one of
just
your
kept
own.
calling it the corn cob.
Yeah,
game.
the corn cob game.
Well, was it that game or was it the Cyhawk game where we had the very inappropriately large size? Remember the trophy where the farmer is down on his knee and he's handing a corn cob to his daughter, and it's just a very large.
I believe that was.
I think that's the Cyhawk.
El Asico, yes. I believe that's what that one was from. I believe. I'm not 100% sure.
Pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, there you go. There's a little bit of Mitch coming up. We've got some believers and underachievers. We're going to take a look at where Nebraska has been in terms of matching or trying to match its win expectation.
Okay.
And some interesting facts and figures brought up by Brandon Vogel over at Counter Read.
Yeah, really good stuff today.
Coming up next with Michael Severe to follow on 1620 The Zone. Should have seen Josh rocking out to that anti-dope PSA. He was very excited.
Excellent stuff.
Going back to the Xavier Wongpa clotheslining Emmett Johnson, I saw this from Ron Kopp, who is one of the site managers for Arrowhead Pride. It's one of the I think it's fan-sided, or I can't remember which one it is. But he was at practice, and after the clothesline happened, across the field, he wrote, you can hear Mahomes yelling, "What the are we doing?"
Good take, Patrick. Looking out for his teammate. Unlike
he was
Wampa.
looking out for Wampa.
Unreal.
Like, Emmett, how could you run into that clothesline like that?
I cannot believe that that's what they're doing at Chiefs practice.
Unbelievable.
Also very unsurprising that Patrick Mahomes was at practice, continuing to look really good. Hey, so you always are like, this is a fake injury. It's not a real injury, yada, yada, yada. How do you feel about Daniel Jones? He tore his Achilles in the same month. You never talk about how that injury is fake. Because have you seen the reports out of Indy? They're saying that he's like fine, that nothing has changed.
Man, the human body is an amazing thing, isn't it?
It is.
How they're able to heal like that.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, poor Micah Parsons is still walking around, limping.
Yeah.
Walking on crutches.
He's a defensive end. Mustache Adam says Mahomes was watching out for EJ like he was Dylan. I've seen some people wonder if.
Oh, that's probably it.
So
it's the whole
Mahomes
Dylan
with
clone
the
thing.
injury, now he can't move as well. Is he trying to be like Dylan? Dylan was always trying to be like Mahomes. Will Mahomes try to be like Dylan Raiola now?
I don't know.
With the lack of mobility.
We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Vogel, who writes for Counter Read, does some nice research. And today,
big numbers guy,
he looked at win expectations and especially how things have gone over like the last 5 years or so. As he wrote, over the last 5 years, 60% of power conference teams have finished within a game and a half of the preseason win total. By the way, this year, 6.5 is the number. So just based on that, 60% of power conference teams have finished within a game and a half.
Okay.
That means your window is 5 wins or 8 wins.
Mm-hmm. Ceilings and floors.
If a team is projected to win 6.5 regular season games, as Brandon writes, like Nebraska, anything between 8 and 5 might be randomness or avoiding key injuries, terrible turnover luck, bad in-game decisions, difficult travel, etc. It's only when a team's actual total is more than a game and a half off the expected total that I start to wonder, did something great or horrible happen?
Yeah.
Well, then he goes on to write, what are the chances for a special season in Lincoln, which would be 2.5 games above the total?
So that would mean going 9-3.
9-3. I'm sorry. 9-3 would be 2.5 games over your expectation.
Yeah.
A team being 2.5 or better over the projection has happened 17% of the time over the last 5 seasons.
That's not that low of a chance, right? That's 1 in 5 essentially.
But
yeah,
the chances of being 2.5 wins below expectation
what is that?
Is also about 17% the last 5 years. So in other words, I mean, and we talked about this when we were quoting.
Well, yeah, we got a lot of that. We got Brian
BCF
Fremeau's
stats,
number,
Brian Fremeau,
yeah,
where it's like he has
CFP
been
Matrix.
right on the button. It is amazing. And I know it's a smaller window because you're not playing 162 games. You're not playing 82 games.
Correct.
Like in
The
NBA.
sample size is so tiny in football, and especially in college football.
But the fact that over 60% of the power conference schools all finish within that 3-game window of whatever that win total was. And it's less than 20% chance for anyone to overly exceed it or overly go under it. And by the way, a couple of teams that did that last year, one of them was Oklahoma. They made the playoff.
And that was the team that I was pretty down on last year, and they surprised me. It could definitely happen. It happens. It's wild that Nebraska, because I mean, soon now we're going to get into the big over and underachievers. Nebraska, unsurprisingly, has been tied for the biggest underachiever over the last 5 seasons. And I don't think the team that they're tied with is also that big of a surprise. Wisconsin has really taken a massive step backwards as a college football program since 2021.
Good news, Nebraska fan. You have made a top 5 list with Clemson.
That's true.
Bad news is you've made a top 5 list with Clemson. So Brandon's research, he went last 5 seasons, Power 4 programs and their preseason win total. And cumulatively, over the last 5 seasons, Nebraska has been 8.5 games under, tied for worst in the country with Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm. And look at this. Look at this list of teams. You have Nebraska in the last 5 seasons. They have, counting their current head coach, they have had, I guess like 2.5. You give a few games to Mickey Joseph. Wisconsin has made a coaching change in that time.
Mm-hmm.
Virginia Tech has made a coaching change in that time. Clemson is not yet, but they are certainly trending towards one because 2021 would begin their downfall as a football program. And Boston College has had multiple head coaches during that time. You know, like all of these programs, for a variety of reasons, have really struggled and have underachieved, you know, to certain degrees.
By the way, the biggest overachiever of the last 5 years, BYU, plus 11. So they have averaged over 2 wins more over the last 5 years than what Vegas had them pinned for.
You know what? I think that that's actually, like you said, you're correct on average, but I think that it's like 2 really good seasons in there. And then because they've had a couple of years where they underachieved. When we talked about them, what was it, last week in 25 teams? They've had some odd years under Kalani Sitake. Yeah, here it is. From 2020 and 2021, they were 21-4 overall.
Mm-hmm.
In 22 and 23, they were 13-12 overall. And the last 2 years, they're 23-4. So they have been like, they have so overachieved when they overachieve, and they have so underachieved. So the fact that they are that high, that they are plus 11, it's like, imagine if they just, put it to par in those other 2 seasons. It'd be even better.
Duke is plus 9. Illinois and Ole Miss are plus 7.5, and Vanderbilt plus 7.
See, and Vandy, that's a team that I would love to know how much of that is just based off of the Diego Pavia seasons of the last 2. I bet. I bet
probably
all of those numbers come from just the last 2 seasons.
It's probably a lot.
Yeah.
And that's the scary thing is when you're going back to the underachiever side, Nebraska's, it hasn't been based on one season.
No,
it's been pretty consistent that they've lost a game here or there. I suppose Frost last year / Mickey Joseph, that really came in under.
Yeah.
But it's been pretty consistent. Famously, Nebraska has not hit its over on win total since 2016.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it in the story. I thought Vogel had the numbers where, in 2021 it was this and they hit it. Oh, yeah, here it is. They were 1.5 wins off of the projected win total in both 2023 and 2024. They were minus a half win last year. So, they got right up to it. They went into the Iowa game with a chance to hit the over. In 2021 and 2022, the last 2 Scott Frost and Mickey Joseph teams, they were both 2.5 wins lower than the number. And so that means it was 5.5 in 2021 and it was 6.5 in 2022. That's how much those teams underachieved.
And remember, for those of you who don't follow this,
it goes back even further.
Nebraska's original line for this season was 5.5.
Mm-hmm.
And within a few hours,
yeah,
it was bet up to 6.5.
And that's where it's
which really, I don't, Furman could tell us a lot more about this.
Yeah, it probably happens more than we realize, but that's still pretty shocking.
It doesn't feel like it does, though.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think, because, a lot of these win totals stay flat the whole year through. Once it's set, you might see a half win here or there.
And so to do so that quickly, that far away from the season, it's one thing for the win total to change because a quarterback is hurt. It's another for you to put it up in April or May. And immediately it goes down it goes up by a full win.
There's a lot of sharps out there that are like 6 wins. Just give me 6, baby, because they got it at 5.5.
Yeah, seriously. And I wonder how many people have a nice little middle going where they bet the over at 5.5, but they're happy to bet the under at 6.5. And
so they're really rooting for 6.
They'll win on both sides.
Oh, I'm going to win both.
Mm-hmm. Win on both sides.
Technically, that would be positive because that's part of the positivity index.
Yep, that's true.
So good stuff by Brandon Vogel of Counter Read, counterread.com if you want to read more into that. I know Michael Severa was looking at it, and he's been looking at other things too. And did a follow-up on one of the stats he had for us a few weeks ago.
Okay.
So we'll get into that and whatever else Michael wants to discuss. Because it's a Michael Severa Monday on 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
I don't know. I don't like that severe guy.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Severe. If the first word is hash brown, you guys can add patty or something Latin if you want. It's still a hash brown. I remember the first thing I thought walking out of there was, okay, we're back. You just got to go in the back. I'm sorry. This cat, now he had a good freshman year. He sucked last year. Why is it a surprise that he went through a struggle this year?
Michael already brings the color.
I don't care about Fat Luca. I don't care about street clothes Anthony Davis. You both can go to hell.
Michael's black.
Hey, can we do something here real quick?
Sure.
Peter Man out in the lobby is watching the stream right now while working. So everyone wave at Peter Man.
Shout out,
hey,
Peter.
Man. There you go. We're waving at Peter Man. And all of the rest of you who are watching it on the stream. And
nice.
Well, that's where Michael is with his glowing headset. I love the headset. It's just very glowy.
The game headset and the other one that I had, I don't know what ended up happening with that one. Oh, I left that one at work. So one's at work and one's at home. That's
nice. Yeah. How you doing, Michael?
I'm doing all right. I was working on dinner, and so I was kind of running around trying to get that set up. So when we're done, I can just start putting that together.
It's an hour early, but what's for dinner?
What's for dinner?
Making shrimp dumplings. Making that, and then some ramen stuff to go along with it.
Cool.
Ramen stuff.
Yeah, not like the soup, but just the noodles. And I'm going to put – so I'm making these shrimp dumplings out of rice paper. If you've ever seen them before, it's a very viral TikTok kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I get the shrimp stuff all mixed up, and I just got to do the wrapping of it in the rice paper and then fry them, and we'll have that for dinner.
Can you properly do a good follow along with a good recipe with those damn TikTok videos that are shot the wrong way? Up and down?
Well, the vertical way is the way you're supposed to shoot those. So
yes.
Old man. But like I don't have a problem with it. I mean, and I say TikTok as Kleenex, right? So Reels, whether it be Facebook or Instagram or wherever you find it, there's they're everywhere. And so I don't even know if I've seen them on TikTok. I see them. If I like them, I just share it to myself. And I go back and look at this. This is something I made a couple times before. Everybody seems to like it. What I made last night was great. I don't think I could top that.
What was that?
It was so I made a braised roast with red wine and like I made French onions, like you make a French onion soup.
Mm-hmm.
So I made the French onions, put that with an au jus and the red wine, and put that over the top of the roast and let it cook like 7 hours in the crock pot. And so it was delicious. And so over some mashed potatoes. It was really good.
I'm getting hungry now.
That does sound good.
Mm-hmm.
We got a little bit of weight for dinner, but you live so far away, you got like an extra weight for dinner.
I
know. It just builds up the appetite a little more, when you're driving on the interstate.
Mm-hmm.
You came up with a stat a few weeks ago for us when we were looking at Anthony Calandria and the percentage of offense and the percentage of turnovers and things that he had counted for. And that kind of got the gears going. And we had this, I think it was a couple weeks ago when you were gone, Josh, and Austin was in, just looking at, the more recent quarterbacks at Nebraska and how much of the percentage of offense they accounted for.
Yep.
Well, I had time over the weekend to go back as far as possible.
Okay.
On Husker Max. And the stats begin in 1962, Devaney's first year. So these are the percentage, and sorry, the formatting's a little off here, but these are the percentage of offense single season leaders since 1962. They're all quarterbacks.
Right.
This is the percentage of offense that they are responsible for, either passing or rushing.
Mm-hmm.
And the all-time record holder is Zach Taylor. Not the year that he won Big 12 Player of the Year,
but the previous
year. Because remember, that offense was pretty challenged.
That was Brandon Jackson, right? Or it was freshman year, Brandon Jackson.
Corey Ross was the main runner,
Yeah, Corey was still running, and Marlon's freshman year. Was that the next year?
Yep, Marlon was a freshman in 05.
Freshman years. So you had two guys that were freshmen, and then you had What was it? Leon Jackson was a freshman.
Yeah, that was the much ballyhooed,
Yeah, the very ballyhooed class.
Freshman class for Callahan.
Yeah,
Tanner Lee was second in 2017. Again, another year where they were kind of they were challenged a bit on running the football. Joe Gans in 2008, and Adrian Martinez in 2021. But you can take a look at that's the top 8.
Yeah,
top 7.
You know who beats them all, John? Because I looked this up a number of years ago when Coy Ross had his big year.
Yeah,
it's a running back that had the highest percentage of offense. Remind me again, who's the 50s running back that caught the ball in the backfield? Bobby Reynolds accounted for, if I remember correctly, about 70% of the offense.
Oh, you were able to find stats back to then. Okay.
Yeah, so I did when I was trying to figure out which eye back had, because this was going into the period where we knew that they weren't going to run the ball as much because they had Mike Riley. And I was trying to go back and see the opposite of who had the most carries, who contributed the most, right? And the problem was so many of them had quarterbacks that took away from it.
Sure.
But Bobby Reynolds didn't in the year that I looked up. And I think it was almost 70% of the offense was Bobby Reynolds, which was close to what Corey Ross was, I believe, in 2004, where Corey had just a huge amount of carries and they didn't have any real production from their passing game with what's his face? The bad quarterback.
2004.
Joey.
Yeah.
Joe, throw the ball against the wind at Iowa State daily.
Yep, exactly. So I think that was, but that's it. Zach, it's funny because you talk about passing guys, not as much running quarterbacks who are up at the top. You'd think Taylor Martinez in 2012 would be the guy.
Yeah.
Because he did everything.
I remember, Michael, we talked about this a few weeks ago. Maybe were you gone? I thought that I have had this conversation on the air because I was trying to figure out like a sweet spot with was Adrian Martinez's number, and John has it here, so he's on this list twice. His last year at Nebraska, 63%, and his first year at Nebraska, which was 59.3%. And I mean, he was the offense in those seasons. It really went as he went. And so I wonder, the question that I keep asking, Michael, is Calandra going to be asked to do that? Not can he, but is that what they will put on his shoulders? And I think, doesn't your answer depend on how you view the running back room? I think that probably shapes if you say the number will be higher or lower, because a lot of that would come from the running back rushing.
And based off of, for Gans, I had 65.2, John.
Well, that's where 65.2.
Is that what you had? Okay. So look, here's what I think about that. It depends on what Calandria wants to do. Calandra's gonna have the ball in his hand. He's going to have chances to be in a run-pass option. He's going to have a chance on a true pass play to take off running if he feels that he's getting pressure and he doesn't want to deal with the pressure. So it's really up to him. We went over it. He was, 69% of the offense last year at UNLV, right? Yep. I don't believe it's going to be that much.
No.
But it's definitely going to be, I think, in the mid-60s.
So I really do. If we do this a year from now, he will be on this list.
Yes, he'll be on this list. He might be 4th on the list.
Honestly, I think if Nebraska is going to have a fair to good season,
he needs
to be on this list. I mean, and yeah, you're right. If a stud or a couple of studs emerge in the running game,
changes.
Then it'll change the equation.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't necessarily see that happening. I mean, at this point, if you're looking at just being able to replace the Emmett yards, I think you'll be in good shape. Not counting obviously what Calandria does, but I think Calandria's got to be north of 60% of the offense if this team's going to have success this year.
And then along with that stat, I did, percentage of turnovers, right?
Yes,
turnovers, and it's right. The quarterback's got this ball in his hands the most, and so he's got the better chance of hiding the percentage. But so I was looking up other quarterbacks from this past draft class, and first of all, Indiana had 8 fumbles last year, only lost 1.
Yeah.
That's incredible fumble luck.
Yeah.
Stupid luck.
And only, a handful of interceptions. And so, Fernando Mendoza accounted for the majority of their turnovers, but they really didn't have a lot of turnovers, right? Mm-hmm. And then you start looking at other quarterbacks that are more of the run-pass guy, like a Taylon Green from Arkansas, and what he accounted for.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he put up huge numbers, much like Calandria did, not the same level, but he also fumbled the ball, but Arkansas managed to recover. So this whole season, a big part of the season is, will they have the 1995 recover luck, right? Because that's the infamous year, right? Where they didn't lose any fumbles. Does that remember correctly? They had a whole bunch of them, but they didn't lose any. Isn't that right from 95? Like 95, they had no holding penalties.
Yeah.
And I believe they didn't lose any fumbles for some reason. That stuck in my head. But do they have that kind of fumble luck?
Or is it 99? Or is it 99 where they have zero fumble luck and they keep giving the ball to the other team?
Right. And then you have other years where, Taylor Martinez, I think in one year he had 14 fumbles.
And they had great fumble luck in the
And they, for whatever reason, they kept recovering them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the question is, will they have that, or will it go the opposite way? Where I think it was Wisconsin, maybe I looked up, that was like 8 of 9. Like they lost 9, they fumbled at 9 and lost 8.
Indiana, they were
something the inverse. Yeah. So that's a big part of it. But I think he's going to put up big numbers and he's going to have a lot of them. What they have for 95 turnovers?
95 team fumbled it 28 times, lost 9.
Well, they did lose 9. Okay. But that's still pretty good fumble luck. That's pretty good fumble luck.
For that many fumbles, especially.
Yeah. For that kind of, So can they have the fumble luck? Can they? And a lot of times it's a position you're putting yourself in. So if you have a fumble that's coming off of a lateral or a toss play, there's probably a better chance that you're going to get it. If it's a fumble off of a quarterback getting stripped, most of the people back there are defenders. So that's how it does. The question is, can he limit his interceptions? Can he have a career low in interceptions? Can he have 8?
Do you think he can?
Well, based off of his history, I would say, was it 11, 10, and 9, I believe. Is that correct? Like he went 10, 11, 9, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Based on his history, I would say no. And the fact that he throws the ball down the field so much where you're going to take chances that balls get tipped or something like that and somebody intercepts it. So I would say probably not. But if he can, that goes a long way to Nebraska winning more games, obviously.
What are you looking for with him, Michael, in a month? I mean, we'll talk about this game week, I imagine, but like, what are you watching for with Calandria against Ohio? And I guess if you want to expand this even to the rest of the non-conference, for things to take away that you think could be applicable to the conference schedule.
Did you read the breakdown of the quarterbacks on ESPN, that story they had?
I saw you tweet about this. And
I read the Calandria portion.
Right. And in part of there, it says that one of the coaches said he's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want him to be. I want him to be a problem. I want teams to, on Monday, when they're coming out of reviewing what they did on the weekend and preparing the game plan for the next week, that they write the first thing is deal with Calandria because that MF is a problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you want, right? You want him to be that. And that's what he's actually been. Even when he struggled at Virginia against some of the better teams, defenses, when he went against average defenses, he was a problem. And so I'd like to see that. I'd like to see him make fewer mistakes outside the pocket. So he had 2 throws in the spring game. One got picked. One probably should have been picked. Both of them was when he was scrambling right to his right, and he tried to throw across his body doing a Brett Favre. So I want to see him eliminate that unless the guy is wide open. If he's wide open, he'll take the shot. If it's 4th down and it's 4th and 3 and you're trying to throw the ball, throw it. You get picked, I'd rather see that. But I want to see him make good decisions early on against the worst defenses he's going to play all year before, Indiana comes in week 6 where that defense and that defensive front is going to be like hell on wheels like they wanted Nebraska to be last year.
Was this ESPN? Was this a ranking?
No, it was Quarterback Confidential. Adam Rittenberg wrote.
Yeah, and he interviewed a bunch of people and got their opinions.
Ranking, but there was another ranking that came out.
Oh, today. Josh Pate.
Yeah, tight white T-shirt guy.
This is. I like Josh Pate. I think Josh Pate has done an amazing job building a career, which I admire people who do that. But this is not a good list. It's not. I don't know what's he basing it on.
I don't know, but his Big Ten quarterback rankings, top 10 only.
Yeah.
Julian Sayin, Dante Moore. I mean, and Jaden Mayav. I mean, most people would have those 3 probably in some order, one of the 3, right?
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, but after that.
And then Hoover at 4, Bryce Underwood at 5.
I don't get that at all.
Rocco Becht at 6, Damon Williams 7, Malik Washington 8, Colton Joseph.
Yeah, I don't get that one. And I like Colton. I think Colton Joseph's a good player, but I don't like that.
And then Nico Iamaleava at 10.
Who showed more last year outside of the Power 4? Colton Joseph or Anthony Calandria?
I mean, Calandria had. I mean, he won. He
was the fourth. He was the fourth. He was the fourth.
Where'd Joseph come from?
Just forgot. Not TCU. What is that? That TCU.
No, that's Hoover.
That's Hoover.
Colton Joseph was at Old Dominion.
Old Dominion, yeah. So Colton Joseph is the guy. Remember the Indiana game? And at the beginning of the game, at the first play, the quarterback runs an inside run and he goes like 70 yards.
Okay, that's him.
Colton Joseph, yeah. So I think if you're going to base off of what level they did it at, I would probably give, if I want to transfer a guy, I would probably give Anthony Calandria a little more credit than Colton Joseph. I also believe that Nebraska has more talent on their team than Wisconsin, just based off of the little bit I know about Wisconsin. I would make Damon Williams based off of his pure talent level. I'd put him at 4. If we're saying those top 3 guys are a lock in some order, I probably would go Damon Williams next because he's one of the guys on this list that can win a game for you. Like Damon Williams can be a 90% of the offense guy if he had to be. Washington had a game last year where both the starting running backs were injured. One of them played but didn't play very much, and he was the game. He was the team. He was the offense. He can do that.
Would you put Hoover 5 then, just giving him the Indiana?
No, I wouldn't. The Indiana bump is great, but I got to go based off of him throwing 38 interceptions or whatever.
Yeah,
I got to base it off of something. I'm not a Nico fan, so it wouldn't be Nico for me. I think Rocco Beck is a safe pick because he's kind of like what Purdy was, where he's just not going to make a ton of mistakes, and he's going to give you the opportunity to win games. He may not win the game for you, but he's going to give you the opportunity to win games. Bryce Underwood, he didn't show us anything last year.
I don't understand that ranking at all.
That's based off him being a 5-star and this guy thinking that Michigan's going to be good.
He was terrible last season.
He had so many bad games. Now, he had 3 great throws against Nebraska, all on 3rd down to beat Nebraska.
But, I mean, that was it.
Yeah, I don't understand that ranking at all.
Yeah, I don't understand that one at all. Damon Williams would be the next guy for me. I think I would take based off of what he might do under a much better coach. And I'm not a huge fan of Nico, but I might take him next based off of you're talking about somebody who can win a game for you. I might take him because he's got a much better coach now and a better talent.
I'm the only one on this show that's higher on Hoover because of the situation that he's going to walk into.
Yeah, he's walking into a great situation. Now they got new running backs, solid offensive line, only replacing one guy on the offensive line. They're solid. Top 2 wide receivers are in the top 10 of wide receivers in the Big Ten, expecting, right?
I mean, I don't have a problem with Hoover.
He just turns the ball over. So I have to. If we're going to believe that Nico is going to stick,
I'd put him at 4 or 5. Is where I would put him.
If we believe that Nico has a chance, not Nico. If we believe that Anthony Calandria, based off his history, is going to turn the ball over, how do we not feel the same way about Josh Hoover?
Well, you know the answer. You know the answer to that because of who his coach is, because of the program that he's walking himself into. Like that's the answer. Like I trust the situation.
He's a 5th-year guy. It's like golf. He's not changing what he's doing. Well, you can practice all you want. He's different. The other guys weren't turnover. One guy that you had, right, the first year, that was the MAC Player of the Year 2 years before, didn't turn the ball over a ton. Over at Cal, what did he have? 6 interceptions, I think, at Cal. So he wasn't a turnover guy. This is a turnover guy. He's now. Let's see if the magic can work with a turnover guy. Let's see if he can actually stop him from being a turnover guy.
This is like the umpteenth Big Ten quarterback ranking, and they always stop at 10.
They do, yeah.
Randomly chosen numbers. Of course.
We never get to Calandria.
I probably would put Calandria around 11, 12 for me.
I have not seen Calandria on any of these lists.
No, but wouldn't you think if you're going through this whole exercise that he would be somewhere around 10 or 11?
He's probably right outside of the top 10 for sure.
Maybe, but I mean,
would you not put him ahead of Colton Joseph?
I feel pretty. Yeah, exactly. See, just based on this list, I definitely have him ahead of Colton Joseph.
And who else, Michael?
What about Malik Washington? What about Malik Washington? Do you think Malik Washington is a better quarterback than Anthony Calandria is based off of their 1 year of one guy and 3 years of the other guy?
Probably not. But Malik Washington's going to get a lot more love because he was a higher recruited guy.
And I think a lot of it is younger guy. There's always and I guess maybe that's why you put Bryce Underwood. It's like only one so-so season, whereas Calandria had multiple so-so seasons in the power league.
That's counterintuitive.
I don't like Josh Pate, so I don't know what he's doing.
I know, but and this goes for anybody. It doesn't have to be tight white T-shirt guy. It could be anyone. But when you're ranking positions, you're like, hey, this dude's been doing it better longer than that dude. So that the first dude should be higher on the list.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, John. That's what I was saying, but I also believe what Josh is saying is correct. If you are a 5-star who they believe was in a miserable situation last year at Michigan, this year they feel better situation, better coaches, better game plan. He is going to pick up his game. On the other hand, what happens if it's a sophomore slump coming off a bad freshman year?
Dude, I am selling him. I am selling Underwood.
What happens then?
I do not think he's going to be a good quarterback.
This is coming from a Michigan.
I think people are way too bullish on the Wolverines this year. I think that they're going to be fine. It would be funny if they beat Ohio State again. Of course it would.
Under 8.5? Under 8.5? That's what I believe. I have that down. I think under 8.5.
Playoff team. Yeah, I've seen them picked by some. Definitely not.
I saw them pick 4th. The last one I saw them pick fourth. I mean, they were winning 9 or 10 games. I just don't see them winning 9 or 10
definitely
games.
in the next group. They're in that healthy collection of teams that
the Big Ten mid.
If things broke right, they'd be a playoff team. I just don't think that things are going to break right for them.
Yeah, I think Penn State wins more games because of their schedule. So I think they do. I think there's a chance that UCLA can sneak to 7 or 8 based off of their schedule.
People saying
based off of the schedule.
Yeah,
just going over the schedules. How many of the top 4 do you play? How many of the bottom 4 do you play?
Yeah, and of course Penn State plays none of them.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody in the top 3.
Yeah, they got the cake schedule.
They got Nebraska's schedule from last year.
Exactly. They got Nebraska's
of it.
last year's schedule.
I can't wait, Michael, to see. I was actually thinking about something John said after they fired James Franklin last year over the weekend. But the reaction to Iowa State is going to be really something to watch, because if they don't take advantage of this, people are going to be pretty pissed right away. It's like, why did you make that move? Why did you make that
Penn State, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah,
Definitely.
okay, yeah. Because the reaction to Iowa State's going to be, they're going to be bad.
Yeah,
I know that for a fact.
Yeah, if Campbell
the reaction to them is going to be horrible.
Campbell
they win 3 games. They're lucky.
Even 8-4, I think, against.
Yeah, he has to. I think he has to hit 9. He's got to go the over. He's got to hit 9 because of the schedule. Yeah. And one of those games they lose, they're probably going to be the favorite.
Definitely.
Right. At least one of those games, they'll be the favorite.
Mm-hmm.
So if
It
he
got to
does
be
that,
for him. I think for people to leave the season feeling good about Campbell, Penn State fans, that is, I think that you want them to be in the playoff mix when November rolls around. Where they're in the rankings on a week. Gosh, their schedule on paper.
it's weak. And you think about it, you have a coach who was just incredible when they were favored by more than 6 points until last year.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He had never lost. I don't think he'd ever lost a game where he was favored by 6.5 above, something like that. And then he had those back-to-back weeks last year where he had some of the worst losses in Penn State history in terms of the line. This is the year that you'd want him as your coach, because all these games are the ones that he won.
Yeah.
And the wild part is, Campbell, I like Matt Campbell, but he is also yo-yoed around a little bit over the last 5-6 years. You know, he had that breakthrough in the COVID season, and they had a ton of top 10 buzz the next year, and they were basically 500. Then
he's at his best when he has a quarterback that can do everything well, right? He's quarterback dependent. Now, if you look at this team, and I know a lot of guys came from Iowa State, they did keep some talent from Penn State. So they may be a little bit more talented than a normal Iowa State team would be. But if he doesn't win 9 games, it's a letdown, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
It has to be. But there are a bunch of teams like, do you understand Tennessee? I know this is not the Big Ten, but do you understand where Tennessee, they're like between 12 and 16 in everybody's rankings?
Based on what?
Based on what?
Yeah.
I just don't see it.
Yeah, you want to get
recent success.
Hey, you want to get Schaefer to give you a rant so you can play a rant gong? It's just mention Tennessee to him, and he's like, I don't understand any of this because
I don't get it. And
0 wins last year against teams that finished above 500.
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I look at their schedule, and you just kind of count this. I just don't see it. What people see about them, and maybe I'm missing it. Maybe they'll be a lot better than I thought, but they just don't look like an 8-win team to me. And,
what people remember, Michael, from last year is that they almost beat Georgia. That was one of the most fun early games of the season. Yes, they almost beat Georgia, but they didn't. And so people are like, maybe they're better, because then they probably ignored them the rest of the season.
Yeah, I can't. The almost wins, the best wins in Scott Frost's career is an almost win, right? Yeah. So far, the best win for Matt Rule is almost win. Hey, the almost wins are the worst.
Speaking of
this year's, huh?
Well, no, you finish. You can finish.
I was going to say almost wins this year. You pick which one it's going to be. You figure one of those games is going to be a game where it's close. No one's expecting it. John, you can help me with this research if you want to look. I look back as far as I can. I believe, because I'm estimating that Ohio State will be a 21.5-point favorite in Lincoln. Mm-hmm. I believe that's the biggest number I can find. Nebraska as a road dog. I don't think I can find one bigger than that.
You mean home dog?
Home dog.
It is. I'm pretty sure. I remember
18.5. I think is as much I saw.
No, there was the 2017 game. Wasn't that one?
That was a pretty big one.
It was
against who?
Against Ohio State.
No, I looked that up. It wasn't that big. It wasn't as big as I thought. Really? I thought those are the ones I went to. I went to the worst years to try to find it, and that wasn't. It wasn't what I thought it was.
24.5-point underdogs.
That's kind of the number I had. Now the sad thing is, our
OddsShark
got
broken.
sold.
But I've always used covers. I've never used OddsShark. So I've always used covers. Well, that's the one that I use. And I believe most of the stuff has been transferred over from OddsShark to covers. Like if you, who told me that today? Oh, Connor told me that he was using OddsShark, and then all of a sudden everything got shifted over to covers.
Michael, I found an ESPN story from that game that says Ohio State went into the game as a 24-point favorite. Nebraska hadn't been a bigger underdog.
Oh, it says 23.5. It's 23.5. Yeah,
7. That's the answer.
23.5. So if it's less than that, okay. So it certainly could be right at 23.5. I had it at 21.5, but I wouldn't be. If Nebraska plays poorly against Indiana, then it won't. Or plays poorly against Indiana and Oregon, it won't be that high.
Hey,
it
so
won't be
go
that low.
back to the almost win. Which game this year, an almost win would break hearts the most? Would it be Indiana because it's the defending champs coming into town and it's like
it's always every answer is Iowa, right?
I don't know. I mean, if they had Indiana on the ropes, 20 whatever wins in a row, would it be 21 wins in a row?
Yeah.
And they had them on the ropes in Lincoln, and then they lost. Like, I think that would break hearts. Even more than Iowa maybe.
I see. The only thing I think of is because of the way the offseason was, I think people would be more excited. That next week's going to be like, look how well they played against a really good team.
So
they played better than I thought they would.
Oregon then, and then lose.
Yeah, I think that's the feeling that people are going to have. Not that we're disappointed because they blew the game. It'll be more like that after that Michigan game where people were like, with Scott Frost, they're like, oh, they played well. If it wasn't for the fact that Adrian Martinez had that fumble, then they could have won the game. And that's how they talked about it. They weren't disappointed. I think if you blew another lead to Iowa, like you did a couple of years ago,
that'd be pretty bad.
That would be. And then you have the whole offseason to deal with it.
What if you went on the road and you took it to Oregon and you were in the game and then you lost late? Like, that'd be a huge bummer. You could end the ranked win streak and you could do it on the road.
Even Stan Lee couldn't write that what if.
Yeah, I'm just throwing out ideas.
That's comic book stuff, but that wouldn't. I don't think that's possible. That's the hardest game on the schedule because of where it is and who they're playing. Also, I think that game will tell you more than anything about how good this offensive line is. We can talk all offseason about it and what they are and everything else. Even against Indiana, they're going against the best defensive front in college football.
It's so nasty how good that group is.
Mm-hmm. It's incredible. I mentioned to you guys, even on EA Sports, they had 4 guys that were ranked like in the 90s. And I don't play the game, but I realized that's pretty darn good.
That is very good.
The team had that.
It's gonna be hard.
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be a hard one. If they could keep that game close, I think that would be one where the fans would look back and go, "That was a good loss."
Yeah, it's overreaction.
You don't need a whole lot of those.
We were talking earlier about Brandon Vogel's column on win expectations. Over under their win totals the last 5 years.
Yeah,
and I noticed that there are a couple of under bets put out there by your boy Warren Sharp.
Yes,
we're not very fond of.
I like Warren Sharp. I'm a huge fan.
I know you like Warren.
Yeah, I like Warren. I used to have Warren on my show when I was at the paper. I think I was like the first radio show he ever did. Because he was at that point, he couldn't even really put a conversation together, but he got better as he went along. No, I mean, he's I hate to call him autistic, but he's on the spectrum, right? To be that focused, he's got to be, and it works for him, and he's made a bunch of money doing it. But he's pure numbers.
Yep.
I disagree with his thought that they didn't fill the spots that you were concerned about. Because if you would say, if I asked you what positions you were concerned about the most, you'd have said defensive line, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you'd have said offensive line, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then maybe you'd have said running back.
Yes.
So 2 of those 3, they did go out and try to fill it with guys who had actually played before. So I don't know about that part of his analysis.
And by the way, for the record,
Warren Sharp said this about Nebraska?
Warren Sharp likes Nebraska under 6.5, and he also likes Iowa under 6.
And he also likes UCLA under 6.5.
Why is Warren Sharp writing about Nebraska?
He writes about everything. He wrote about the Big Ten.
Oh, wow.
Those were his picks for the Big Ten.
Oh, wow. I had no idea.
Yeah, I posted it earlier. I just posted the clip from the 2, and he writes about all the different conferences in his picks. And he loves any better loves unders, right? Any better is
That's why everybody
loved
the Browns a decade ago. They always loved betting on them. Yeah.
You love unders, and so he had 3 unders for his best picks for season totals, and it was under Iowa, under Nebraska, and under UCLA, which I didn't clip that one and put it out.
When did you do this? Was this a video or is this
today? No, it was today. He had it. It was his. I get the email of his.
Oh, here it is. I see.
Yeah,
okay.
It's in his email that he sends out every day.
Huh.
Yeah.
But he wrote in his 3rd paragraph, Nebraska fans will point to the returning production as a reason to be optimistic, but there are still glaring holes that do not appear to be adequately addressed in the offseason. And that's what Michael
so he
was
talked.
talking
Okay, so he talked about run defense. He talked about what was the other? Oh, and then like Michael said, running back in the offensive line.
Well, no, he was just
positive. I'm saying based off of what he said, do you not believe they tried to fill? Maybe the word adequately is right. Maybe they didn't fill it well enough by bringing in.
He said they do not appear to have been adequately addressed.
Right.
I don't know if they have.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Do you believe what they did on the offensive line? I mean, we won't know this till they actually play football. But if I told you at the end of the season last year after the Utah game, they're going to go out and get a guy who had 30 starts at this school, 20 starts at this school, 10 starts at this school. They were going to go do that.
Mm-hmm.
They were going to go out and get a wide receiver at 45 catches. They were going to go out and get 2 guys for the defensive line, along with a new defensive line coach and all that. Would you have said, oh, yeah, they need all that stuff?
Definitely. Yeah. They need all that stuff for sure.
Yeah, now, is it adequate is the word, right?
That's the question. Adequately. Did they do
honestly,
it adequately?
do I think Nebraska needed Quasi Gilmer? No. I don't think they needed him.
No, because Cortez Mills was going to play, you thought.
Right. So in terms of like where they needed it,
Defensive
offensive line,
line.
defensive line, running back. And to Michael's point.
And quarterback.
Oh, definitely.
They couldn't have run it back with TJ. They
TJ.
couldn't have run it with TJ. Yeah.
It wasn't going to be TJ.
No. Yeah.
So maybe they bring a guy in to compete with TJ and say it's a competition, Maybe that's it. But they were always going to bring somebody in to most likely start. Minchie would have gotten more money, right? He'd have gotten more money. He probably got more money than Calandria got because he was more wanted.
I believe that that's the case. Yeah.
Yeah. Minchie would have got more money than Calandria got. So that's even less chance for TJ to start. Yeah. But I was surprised that he had them as an under. There was a lot of money. Obviously, there was a ton of money that came in at 5.5, right?
Oh, obviously.
Initially, right? And then it jumped to 6.5. From what I've seen, it looks like there's more money on Nebraska over than there is under, again, based on what they're doing on covers, but it's tight. It's not like it's overwhelming 70-30 or anything.
By the way, if anyone can find the old Odd Shark portal, I would really appreciate
it.
It's good. You say you go to Covers and they have a history?
Covers.com by each team. So if you
where?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I got
So it's really simple. Just go to college football, right? And then when you get to college football, go to teams and just go to Nebraska. And it's got every one of theirs going back to allow while visiting the site.
All right.
It goes back to I think it's 06.
Yeah, but it doesn't have the search function that the old one had.
No, it doesn't. Now you know who does have a search function, but you got to pay is scoresandodds.com.
Damn.
I used to use that service when I was at the newspaper for all the stuff, and I kind of had it sponsored a little bit. Scores and Odds has all that, and Scores and Odds by far has the best trends that you can find. Their trend stuff is incredible. They have so much depth in it, but you got to pay for Scores and Odds.
By the way, so they were, as we talked about, Ohio State, they were 23.5-point home underdogs. They were 27-point road dogs at Penn State that season.
Yeah.
So things got pretty gnarly for them.
They got pretty ugly. There's a bunch of road ones on there. I don't know how I missed the Ohio, but there's a bunch of road ones on there where they are huge dogs.
Is 30
in those bad years?
Is that the biggest number, or 27? Is that the biggest number of the last decade?
I think that's the biggest I've seen. I definitely didn't see a 30.
They were 26.
28.
They were 26-point road dogs at Ohio State to open up the COVID season.
Oh,
But then 2021, they were a beloved analytical team because they covered all the time.
Yeah. And wasn't it a bunch of like 3s, 4s, and 5s?
Yeah. After the early part of the season, the lines start getting a lot smaller and Nebraska covers a lot of them. The biggest spread over the last 2 months of the season was 14 against Ohio State, and they covered that one.
The one stat that I sent to John, and I think we talked about it, the one that really tells you what this team has been over the last 3 years is the fact that Matt Rule is 0 for 10 in games where he's more than a 3.5-point dog.
That's crazy, man.
So you're telling you right now, if you are a middle to high dog, you are not going to win the game, not cover the game.
You're not going to win.
Win the 0-10 straight up in that situation. That blows your mind.
It really does, because that's not that big of a line.
Yeah. And he's only got 3 games where he won as a dog, right?
Mm-hmm.
So far. And all 3 of those were against teams I think all had losing records.
Ohio State
right?
2 years ago. I think that's right. I don't know.
UCLA definitely did, right? Had a losing record. Northwestern, was that one?
No, you talking about which year? In 2023?
What year did they beat Northwestern? Because wasn't that one where they were a dog?
I don't know, but that year Northwestern actually finished 8-5.
That was the 8-5 one. So they had combined, I think it was Matt McMaster said something like it was 12 and 20 something.
Was it Purdue that year that they were an underdog on the road at Purdue, or
Maybe
at home
it was
against
Purdue.
plus 1.5? Yeah.
Is that what you're looking at on covers?
Yeah, I'm looking at covers.
Yeah. So they just don't. He has not been good against the spread. He has not been good as a dog. Those are all things that not only do you want to win games, but you want to give a little money to your fans.
Yeah.
No, seriously. But there are coaches that believe that, right? There are coaches
like the late cover in a blowout.
late in games.
Yeah.
There are coaches that believe in, I'm going to
Mhm.
help my fan base out. I'm going to give them a little extra money. I'm going to cover. You know, the best at that was James Franklin. James Franklin was like, I'm covering this number. I don't care what's happening. We're running a quarterback dive play on 4th down to cover a number.
I forget, was the game last year against Villanova when who covered in that game?
Villanova covered it.
Villanova
The
that was
Hail Mary or whatever, the pass into the end zone.
funny.
Yeah, Villanova covered. And then they cut, was it like 41?
It was a huge number.
It was like 41, I think, and they end up covering that one. So, but there are a lot of coaches that they want to make sure they get that done for their fans.
Mm-hmm.
And so far, Matt Rule's not gotten that part done for the fans yet.
By the way, were you asking earlier about the biggest spread Nebraska faced?
Home spread.
Oh,
ever.
home spread. Okay.
Well, I asked, and I wonder what the biggest one is. Do you
Well,
have an answer?
2022 Michigan was 30.5.
Oh, wow. Really?
That was
So
the
the number did
31
get to 30.
That was the 31-3 game, right? Or no?
No, it was somewhere in that range.
Was that what year was that?
2022.
It was the Mickey Joseph year, and also that was the year where the game where Mark Whipple got like banged into on the sidelines.
Yeah.
Remember
What was the one that Adrian Martinez was hurt? What was the line in 2019? Was it 2018? What was the line in 2018?
18.
Yeah, 2018. What was that? 8? That's all, huh?
18. It was only 18, yeah.
They must have thought that Martinez was healthy.
And he was not.
He was not.
He struggled.
No, he was not.
Yeah.
That's where we
All
are.
right. Well, there you go. Michael, we'll talk to you next week.
We're 1 week closer, people.
Yes, Michael, this is such good news.
And we're going to talk all college football on Wednesday, right, Josh?
Of course. And NFL. We're going to have.
And NFL.
Yeah, we're going to have Dave Hellman on. That'll
That's
be
cool.
fun.
Mayonnaise?
No, a great NFL guest.
Oh.
He is. So Michael is my favorite person that I know that has lived in Louisiana. Dave Hellman is my favorite NFL guy who also at one point lived in Louisiana.
And what team did he cover the most in his career?
I believe it's LSU, is it
The
not?
Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, yeah, he did wear a
this
Dallas
guy's a
Cowboys.
He was a
shirt.
Dallas Cowboy guy, too.
Yeah,
This
I love
guy's
Dave.
a real loser.
I can't wait. We'll talk about the Quinnen Williams extension, Michael. What big news?
I'm sure he's going to be very excited about that. He always has something to say about the Dallas Cowboys on those shows.
Yeah.
Always.
Yep. He did cover them. That's true.
All right.
All right.
Well, we'll see you later.
Bye,
See you guys.
Michael
Bye-bye.
Severe. Michael Severe Monday. We'll come back. Got some content. Today, did the Big East just photocopy from the Big Ten?
Uh-oh. I hope not.
And if you're a Bills season ticket holder, I hope you pick the right seats.
Uh-oh. I hope so, too.
1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Have we told you about 1620, the golf tournament? Well,
I think
we
so.
did, but it's good to remind folks, especially if you're driving home, you're looking for a fun time with your friends, chance to win some great prizes. Maybe get $10,000 for hitting a hole in one.
Hello.
We'll feed you, plenty of drink, a lot of fun. 1620, the golf tournament. Tees off 8:30 a.m. Friday morning, August 21st, Miracle Hill. Get your teams together because we've got a great run of prizes that you can win. Plus, you'll get a lot for your money. Space is running out, so get your teams put together. Get signed up, 1620thezone.com. Do it now.
Speaking of doing it, it's time for Jake to read some questions.
Nebraska is number 1. Creighton is number 13 in the preseason volleyball coaches poll. Will this finally be the year the Huskers keep the top spot?
I mean, at some point, they're going to have to live up to these expectations, aren't
It's
they?
crazy, man.
They have been so, well, last year, not so much so close.
They have oddly gotten a little bit worse each of the last few seasons, where they made the title game, then they only made the Final Four.
Yeah.
And then last year they went out in the Elite Eight or
at
Sweet
some
16?
point, it's either going to happen or it's never going to happen again. I just think this team is way too talented.
So they're going to do it?
Way too deep, way too talented.
Put it on the list, John. Nebraska volleyball is winning it all. Put it on the list.
Well, now they're screwed.
I put it on the list, baby.
Now they're screwed.
Nah, they'll be just
Peterson
fine.
just gave him a grumble.
I'll be just fine.
Sam McEwen writes, Nebraska's defense can get off any Big Ten bus. Do you think we're about to look at a Nebraska group that looks stronger and athletic than recent ones for the Big Red?
So we talked about this a little bit earlier. I'm happy that that's the case. You always want to have players that look like they are in shape. I will say, though, like Nebraska, it's not that they've looked inadequate, but they definitely haven't had that look of like, oh, my gosh. But you know what? Only a few teams, in my opinion, do in college football. You know, it's not like really a long list. I hope Sam's right. He was at Fan Day over the weekend, and so that's where a lot of this stuff is coming from. I think the open media portion is tomorrow, and so people get to lay eyes on the team, and so I'm guessing we're going to hear a little bit more, but we'll see. I hope that that's the case. That would be awesome.
Sometimes it's what you want to see, and sometimes your brain works biases against you. So, like if the Nebraska players had walked off a bus wearing Indiana gear or Ohio State gear, it'd be like, oh man, that team looks like. But because they walk off in Nebraska gear, you're like, oh man, that's Nebraska. They don't look that big. Let's see what happens when they line up against other teams.
Okay.
I'm not a big, man, they look good coming off the bus. Yes, they're supposed to. They're athletes.
They're college football players.
They've been lifting for a long time. They've been training for this for a very long time. These types of things, I don't care about them. I care about
for Thursday.
I care about what they look like on the field against another team. And sometimes it's not always the best looking team that ends up winning. It's the smartest team. It's the best coach team. That's what Nebraska needs to be.
Yeah.
The Big East has hired Tim Brosnan to replace the retiring Val Ackerman as conference commissioner. Brosnan has spent the last 25 years in Major League Baseball as vice president. Major League Baseball? You mean the same place the Big Ten got Batiti from? Did the Big East just pull a Batiti?
I mean, these guys obviously work together, but it's yet another example of folks who are coming from the professional ranks and now taking on commissioners' jobs in college sports.
Which sadly is probably a good thing, given that college sports are becoming very professional.
It is. One of the things that Brosnan did was he did help bring along the MLB network. He also negotiated some of their media deals. So at least he's got expertise in that, because that's going to be extremely important for the Big East to maintain, because they need that money more than anybody, because they don't have the big football dollars. So how they're able to work the deal, and I like what they have currently with NBC and Peacock having a little bit of skin in the game. Obviously, Fox does, but his role is going to be really important these next few years as everyone tries to position themselves for the best TV money take they can get.
So you have long called Tony Petitti Manfred's boy. I think that we should call Mr. Brosnan Manfred's new boy. That will be the nickname that we use. In all seriousness, I think that it can be good to bring in somebody from the pros. The problem that I have with so many of these people is they don't understand like the ethos of college sports, and they come up with weird, goofy ideas. And so we'll see. Like Petitti. The difference, of course, though, being that this conference, as you mentioned, is so much more basketball forward than they don't have football.
Yes.
And so I wonder what that could look like. Tournament's about to expand. What's next after that with college
that's right, the
basketball?
tournament's
People
expanding.
forget that it's expanding this year.
Blah.
John will be going to Wichita to watch Creighton in the play-in game. What a great time
Or
that will
maybe
be
you'll
for
be
all.
going to Wichita to watch Nebraska in the play-in game.
Maybe I will. Maybe we'll both be in Wichita to watch the play-in game.
Ooh.
Your two teams are participating in a joint practice tomorrow. The players are no doubt excited to hit someone else. Any player you'll be keeping an eye on in the reports that come out of said practice?
So the Cowboys and the Rams, they do a joint practice, I believe, every year.
Yeah, I
know
think
that they
so.
did one last year, and the thing that came out of it was, oh my gosh, the defense is terrible, and oh my gosh, the tackles can't protect Dak. So I want to see how the tackles do at protecting Dak, and I want to see the defense has been pretty solid. It's improved. I want to see how it looks versus your offense and how many interceptions Ty Simpson inevitably throws, given that he sucks, and it was a huge reach for them to pick him as high as they did. As you agreed with me before the draft that day.
I'm just hoping that, no one has to feel bad, go to bed at the end of the night going, man, I can't believe I ended Dak's career.
That would be a bit rude and unnecessary.
Bills season ticket holders got to tour their new stadium over the weekend, and apparently the team they wanted to bring back a classic feature from old stadiums, obstructed sight lines.
Not great, John. Not great for a stadium that cost many, billions of dollars.
Yes.
They
spent it all on look at our roof. It melts the snow.
It's, I don't get like the first slide that you showed. It was like glass, as people walk up to their seats. In the end, it sounds like a lot of stadiums actually have that in new stadiums. Like I've been at now Kaufman's old, but I've been at Royals games where they have that. The other slide though, that is just a part of the actual stadium that cuts off. I mean, one of them cuts off the end zone and about 20 yards in a specific corner. The other one cuts off about 20 yards, but like half of the end zone as well. I don't understand how something like this can happen.
I don't either.
How far do you get before you realize, this isn't good?
I mean, they design these damn things. They got all the computer technology they can possibly have. They can go through all of these different scenarios. I'm sure there's got to be a program out there somewhere saying, warning, we have obstructive view seats. I mean, how hard can it be? It's a bowl. You build a bowl. Every seat should have a full view of the field.
Especially in this
with
era.
no issues. Now, it was funny because I dared to go into some of the comments of some of the Bills fans.
They
and of
were
course,
defending it.
You had the defenders of the
It
program
was awesome.
trotting in on their bison.
No, it's
going,
fine.
Oh, no, it's right.
You're making a big deal out
Everybody
of it.
does it. It's like, well, just because everyone jumps off the Empire State Building doesn't mean you
Yeah,
should
don't you
too.
want to have good views?
Yeah.
Unreal.
Maybe they don't because they know the Bills are bad.
The Dodgers have won just 2 of their last 10 games and have lost 4 games off the lead in the NL West after dropping 2 of 3 to second-place Diamondbacks. What is going on here? Has Tarek Skubal cursed the Dodgers?
I can't believe it. The Dodgers, they're bad. They're bad.
I bet you love it.
I would if they were a lot closer to not winning the division, but the Diamondbacks are still like 7.5 games back.
Well, it'll be fun for you to root against them in the postseason when that arrives.
I mean, it's baseball. These things happen. I'm sure
they'll be fine.
I'm sure Farron tomorrow will say something like it's too early to tell.
Are you going to ask him about the Dodgers? Are you going to say, hey, what's going on with the Dodgers?
No, I'm just going to laugh hysterically. Say, they suck. They suck.
I do look forward to that conversation.
No, they'll be fine. All right. There you go. There's content.
The final time with young Jake for the foreseeable future.
A fine job. Let's give him a round of applause.
Shout out to Jake.
Shout out to fill-in Joey.
Yeah, he did a great job. Nick will be back tomorrow. Did you see he was complaining about airport food earlier today and how expensive it is?
$14 for a bad sandwich.
It's the airport. What else do you expect? It's the airport. That's life. Sometimes that's what you have to say. That's life. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's been that way since the first airport.
Yeah, it's like complaining about the price of popcorn at movie theaters.
I can't believe these apples are 10 cents.
That's how they make their money. That's how they make their money, Nick.
That was like the third thing ever said after the Wright brothers learned how to fly.
Why are you charging 15 cents for these oranges?
And immediately that airport they were constructing. Be aware of our construction. We're making it nicer for you. Every airport I go into, pardon the mess. It'll be fixed someday. And then you'll get right back to making more construction noises.
What's for dinner is coming up next as we wrap up the Grum on 1620 The Zone.
Did I actually cut you off on the team's joint one? Oh, no. My bad. Well, I thought I started reading.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that
Tortillas.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
And I think we're going to serve McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down.
And I would think that's their favorite food.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat the neighbors.
All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
Tortillas.
And we're going to get up. And then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like
tortillas.
Going out to eat.
Josh, mute your computer!
Nothing coming out of it.
There was something coming out of it.
No, there's not.
There was extra audio coming out from over there somewhere.
Okay. Well, there's not. Right now, it's muted.
Well, you had something going on over there. There's something playing.
Okay. Well, it's not right now. I was wondering why you kept looking over. I mean, like, what are you doing?
Because I kept hearing the show.
Yeah.
It's like, where?
Maybe I was trying to pull a John Bishop. You know,
or maybe you're just an idiot and you got a bad computer.
I never say that to you when you inevitably have your computer.
Yes, you do. You
okay.
That's
why I said I'm pulling a John Bishop.
You don't know technology like me. I'm smart. I'm technology.
Nothing coming out of it right now.
Yeah, it's because you finally turned it off or something turned off over there.
Maybe nothing was ever happening.
I'm stalling because I don't know what's for dinner.
I was wondering what's going on.
It's a filibuster.
Lasagna soup tonight. Have you ever had lasagna soup before?
Dummy, you can't turn lasagna into soup.
Oh, John.
It's a salad.
I recommend it. It's awesome. It's going to be very good.
This is the chunkiest soup I've ever had.
It is.
It's lasagna.
And that's partly why I love it so much.
I bet.
You know?
Yeah, because you're not a soup guy.
I am now. I saw somebody mention.
It's amazing how your lovely wife has finally opened up your narrow view of food.
Somebody said that to me last week. I sent a picture of the dinner that she made to the group chat, and one of my friends was like, "What has happened to you? You used to be a child." And look at me now. Look at me now.
What about you, Jake?
Gonna have some chicken fried rice tonight.
Oh, that's what it was that my friend said. You've changed. It was chicken fried rice.
What?
Yeah.
I was about to compliment you. That sounds like a Nick meal.
Chicken fried rice?
Well, anything with rice. Remember, it's all
yeah,
about
but like
rice.
fried rice, that's some extra work that you got to get
That's
into.
true. Good point.
Severe says lasagna soup is awesome.
I'm sure it's great.
Nice. McMaster says he wants some leftovers of the lasagna soup.
Of course you do.
Bye.
Bye.